the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag.
To the flag.
There we go.
United
United States of
States
America,
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
one nation,
Under God.
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and justice.
for all. Thank you. All right. With that, will the clerk please do the roll call?
Mayor Boutros,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long. Please unmute yourself. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Here.
It wouldn't let me unmute. I apologize.
Okay.
Yep. Commissioner Baylor,
Here.
Commissioner Hoff, absent. Commissioner Host,
Here.
Commissioner Nikita,
Here.
Commissioner.
You're fading in and out, Alex. If you don't mind, repeat the last. I don't think they heard it.
Commissioner Sherman.
Here.
Here you go.
Awesome. With that, I'll start proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations and confirmations, administration of oath, introduction of guests, and announcement. I just learned this evening we have our Congresswoman Haley Stevens with us, and I think she's on the phone. Congresswoman, we welcome you to our Birmingham City Commission meeting of July 13, and we're looking forward to hear some updates from you, as I do hear your voice every Wednesday at 10:30 in the morning. But I'm looking forward to tonight's formal voice. You go ahead.
Yay.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. Thank you so much for your remarkable leadership in this age of COVID-19 and through all the transformations that we've been going through in Birmingham, thanks to Joe Valentine and the City Council, Mayor Pro Tem Long, and Clinton Baylor, I see is on, as well as a few of the other council members who have been really helping to guide this city during just a remarkable time, an unprecedented time, surely. And I did want to just start by saying I am truly so grateful and proud of all of you. We see the construction going on in downtown Birmingham. You're managing it the same way we manage the old Woodward construction. I think that was also during an election year. Look, people are not used to seeing Maple Road chopped up like that, but they're going to love the results, and you're clear communicators. You're focused on the development. And you're also really focused on the advocacy for small businesses and the overall trajectory of our incredible city, downtown Birmingham. Everyone always looks at Birmingham, our residential neighborhoods as well as our downtown corridor in terms of what are they doing and how do they do it and who are they recruiting and how are they setting up things in the downtown park area for different festivals or gatherings. And obviously we don't have a lot of that this year, but your clear communication, keeping your finger on the pulse, not just of your small businesses, but also our healthcare sector, as well as our nursing homes, has truly been a guiding light for me as your Congresswoman during this time. I'll say it's significant to be talking with all of you as we're getting ready to return to Washington. So I head off on Sunday for what is now a 2-week legislative block. We used to just do legislating during the, a handful of the days during the week and, with travel days and then home for the weekend and then back. But because of this virus. We are now, which I think is actually probably a good thing, because you get that member to member time, you get more time to advocate on behalf of your home district and build and foster those relationships that really the country's looking for. And while we all see that it feels so polarized, whether it's in Washington or just on our social media, I'm full of so much hope and optimism, because we have been able to come together as a government. We passed the CARES Act. We're looking very seriously at what's going on with our schools. The House, as you know, voted on legislation to make sure that our schools have the funding that they deserve to run safely, and putting our student safety first. And so I think that, we always tap our fingers waiting on the Senate. It's a different body, but I do think that the Senate is going to come around. I know unemployment insurance is on everyone's minds. There's a push to get people back to work, but there's also a push to make sure that those who are in continued unemployment don't fall destitute. I think we're going to strike a middle ground. It's been very helpful working with you, Mayor, and your city manager, our city manager, Joe Valentine. Pardon me, I claim a lot of pride of Birmingham. I actually am not a resident of Birmingham, although most of my family are residents of Birmingham, from my mom and my stepfather to my aunt and uncle. And as some of you might know, I grew up in Birmingham and went to Seaholm High School. So don't live too far, still use the cleaners, my dry cleaners just in Birmingham, and a lot of other things that I do there. So, in terms of the affiliation with the city, there's a lot of pride and a lot of love to all you. But certainly, kind of keeping our fingers on the pulse of striking that middle balance with the unemployment needs, with getting people back to work and getting them back to work safely. Spoke with the Birmingham Bloomfield Hills Chamber about this. Our DDA, as you know, is our shopping district run by Ingrid Teague, is also just been a helpful organization as we think through these things. And you all have adjusted so rapidly. Birmingham, again, has always been a leader for, kind of the downtown experiential, dining and, shopping and all that. And so obviously with the dining, we've really had to do a big push to the outdoors seating. And again, you guys have cleared the pathway. I know that the schools conversation is going to be on your mind, as well as, Mr. Mayor, the resources to continue to help your city function. You guys have, and this goes to the whole commission, you guys have done a great job managing a strong budget and staying within your means. Don't want to punish you for that. I've personally reached out to the governor on numerous occasions, advocating for our cities like Birmingham to make sure that we get our fair share of funding, because these are federal funds that we voted on in Washington, D.C. You're starting to see the state utilizing its monies for the school budget as well, which is a great start for meeting our educational needs, but also support for our small businesses. Our independent gyms are on our mind. I know Birmingham has a few. Powerhouse Gym obviously comes to mind. They've continued to be closed. A lot of pain from our independent gym owners, as well as even the larger gyms. I think we also have an Orange Theory over there on Adams Road. So it's on the mind of folks. I'm paying attention to it. It's a unique circumstance. And we're now also, and I find out when you guys probably do too, about the executive orders. So we've got, the new mask order, and, we're navigating that very responsibly and hearing from people, which is, a big part of keeping the spread of COVID-19 down, as well as keeping everybody as safe and healthy as possible. Michigan's been a great leader, and we're not great leaders without phenomenal municipalities that represent us so well. And that's truly all of you. So feel free to continue to keep my office on speed dial. Your mayor and city manager, and this is to the commission, do a great job of keeping in touch with me. My priorities continue to be education, our economy is certainly front and center, in part because I'm a manufacturing geek, spent a lot of time with all of our incredible innovators and the workforce throughout the area, throughout the district. And we don't want to stop what was just, some incredible transformations with electric vehicles. We're working on that electric vehicle tax credit, which will be a boon to our region. What's happening in this area with autonomous vehicles. We're such a leader with the research and development, which is why I sit, in addition to being on the House Education and Labor Committee, on the Science Committee. So continue to hold bipartisan hearings the entire time. We've been in this kind of world of Zoom. And by the way, you guys are doing Zoom perfectly. I love the transcribed words below. That's just the excellence that I know you guys do and represent every day in your jobs, and that's really neat to see it. And I'm gonna be talking to you, Mayor, about how to adopt that with my own Zooms. Welcome to 2020. Zoom is valued at a higher rate than all of our airliners combined. So the world has changed, but I want to make sure that we continue to lead in terms of our sustainability agenda, some of the work that we're going to do and need to do with climate change, as well as strong economic growth and continue to employ people. And that's listening to so many of our Birmingham residents. We've got such intellectual knowledge and property, and obviously we have the property with our real estate sector, but more so just the intellectual capital with our human capital. So thank you all so much. Again, I salute all of you, and hopefully we'll be able to bestow you, some more recognitions from Congress and good updates. And let's continue to do great work together. And just thank you all for your leadership in such an important time.
Congresswoman Haley, we thank you again. I appreciate your leadership. That municipal weekly call with your staff. My sincere thank you to all of them, especially Colleen. She's working hard. Your updates on a weekly basis, listening to our municipality, Birmingham especially, but you listen to every municipality in your district, and you hear the challenges, and you're there to always help, and you're always there to listen to us and see if they have any challenges and learn from each other. We appreciate you very much. We appreciate your comments tonight, and we wish you best of luck. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
With that, I'll go to my announcements. I got several. All city offices remain closed to the public. All departments are accessible via phone and email. Payments may be dropped off using the convenient drop box located behind City Hall and accessible via the police department parking lot off Henrietta Street. We encourage everyone to sign up for our email distribution system to receive the latest information from the city. You can do this by going to our website and clicking on the box in the lower right corner of your screen to sign up. The Baldwin Library is now open to the public again. Building capacity is limited, and people are asked to limit their stays to 45 minutes. Public computer use is restricted to 30 minutes. Masks and social distancing are required. The library is open its regular schedule 7 days a week and is also offering curbside pickup service to patrons during the following hours: Monday through Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Fridays and Saturdays, 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and Sundays, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Find more details about curbside pickup at the library's reopening plan at www.baldwinlib.org/reopening. My next announcement is for absent voter ballots for the August 4, 2020 primary election are available now from the clerk's office for all registered voters. Download the application found in the voting section of the clerk's office page at www.bhamgov.org. You can return your application for an absent voter ballot to the clerk's office by email, fax, or by dropping it off in the city's drop box located behind City Hall in the police department parking lot. Ballots can be returned by drop box or mail. Return postage is 55 cents. Finally, if you're interested in working as an election inspector in Birmingham in the upcoming elections, please contact our office at elections@bham.org, or you can call 248-530-1880. All right. As part of the city's COVID-19 operational incentives, the city has expanded online service offerings so that most city forms be submitted online at www.bhamgov.org/forms and payments. The City Commission would like to thank Darlene Geringer and Mr. Kevin Desmond for their years of service to the city, serving as members of the Greenwood Cemetery Advisory Board. Thank you. Also, the city would like to congratulate Bonnie Menton on her recent retirement and thank her for the 39 years of service that she provided to the residents of Birmingham. You could have waited one more year, will be 40 years, but that's long enough. Thank you again. And we have a very important last announcement for the evening. Our own Mayor Pro Tem is turning young again. It's her birthday. May you allow me to, as a tradition, to sing the happy birthday song for you. Would you please join me to do that for her? Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Therese. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, everyone.
We wish you many happy years and healthy years to come your way, Mayor Pro Tem. With that, we move on to our appointments. The first appointment is to concur with the mayor's recommendation to appoint Mr. Chris Conti to the retirement board as the resident member who is not eligible to participate in the retirement system to serve a 3-year term to expire July 1st, 2023. Commissioner Sherman, unmute yourself, please.
So moved.
Any second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Host first, but we didn't hear him. Unmute yourself, Commissioner Host. Go ahead.
Second. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. All right. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Okay. Commissioner Sherman?
Aye. Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent. Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you. With that, we move to our second appointment, which is for the museum board. And we have 3 already existing members, and we have 3 slots, the same 3 appointments to expire July 5th, 2022. Is any of the applicant with us on Zoom? Let's start with Mr. Dan Hogan. Do we see him?
If you could ask the applicants to raise their hand digitally if they are present right now.
Any of the applicants that applying for the museum board on Zoom, please raise your hand for us, please. All right, I don't see any myself. With that, we're all familiar. They're all been a member. We know Mr. Hogan since 2019, Mr. Logue since 2011, and Mr. Rosso since 2015. Are we comfortable? We don't need to review that. And do we have a nomination to move forward with this? Mayor Pro Tem Long.
I'll nominate Dan Hogan.
Okay. Commissioner Host.
I'd like to nominate Caitlin Russo.
Larissa by Host. Okay. Commissioner Nikita.
I'll nominate Marty Logue.
Okay. We will, since they're not present, then we will take the roll call vote by the order they were nominated. Mr. Dan Hogan, nominated by Mayor Pro Tem Long. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent, Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Bushel.
Yes, thank you. We'll go to the second nominee, which is Miss Caitlin Rousseau, nominated by Commissioner Host. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent, Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Mayor Bushel.
Yes, thank you, Alex. Now we go to the third one, Marty Logue, nominated by Commissioner Nikita. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent, Mayor Boutros.
Yes. With that conclude our museum board members. Congratulations to all of them, and we thank them for their continuing to be a member and making a difference. Now we move to cable board. We have Mr. Donovan Shand. He's already a member since 2017, and the term will be expiring March 30, 2023. Is Mr. Shand with us? Here he is. Mr. Shand, welcome to the meeting, and we appreciate your interest in continuing. Please, the floor is yours. Tell us why. Tell us what you want to tell us, and why should you be still interested in continuing?
Well, I'll make it quick. I've been on the cable board for a couple of years now, and have enjoyed the opportunity to work with members of the cable board and Mr. Courier, who I see there, who has a normal background for a change, versus the entertaining ones that he uses in the morning with us. And mostly the opportunity to become involved in the government and give back to community organizations through the franchise fees that cable subscribers in the Birmingham, Bloomfield, Franklin, and Beverly Hills area contribute. So it's a great opportunity to give a little bit back to the institutions that we all benefit from.
Thank you, Mr. Shand. Any questions from the commissioner to Mr. Shand? We see none. Any nomination for Mr. Shand? I see Commissioner Sherman.
I will nominate Mr. Shand.
Any second, please?
You don't.
Oh, we don't
Don't
need a second, but thank you, Commissioner Host. We all want you, Mr. Shand. We want you to continue. Thank you. We'll take the roll call, please. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent, Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. And Alex and Mr. Shand, we appreciate you and thank you for your continuing and making a difference in our community too. Alex, our clerk, will follow up with you to coordinate how you're going to do the oath and sign the paper, please.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Wonderful evening. With that, we go to our next appointment, the Stormwater Utilities Appeal Board. Mr. Robert Lavoie, which is already a member since 2017. Is Mr. Lavoie with us? Let me see. If you are, please raise your hand, but I will double check that. I don't see him. Commissioner?
Here.
Oh, here he is. Mr. Lavoie.
Hi.
Go ahead. The floor is yours. Please tell us a little bit about our continuing.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros and Mayor Pro Tem Long and the other commissioners. Again, my name's Rob Lavoie. I live on Lakeview Street. I have several reasons why I'm desirous of serving on the Stormwater Utility Appeals Board, again, for another term. As you know, I was appointed back in 2017, and I enjoyed serving along with two other members the past 3 years. I'm a licensed civil engineer for the past 40 years. I'm retired. I have sufficient time available to serve on the board. When I was practicing, and I guess I still am because I'm licensed, it included the study of and design and maintenance of stormwater systems. I've lived and practiced in Birmingham the past 5 years. We've handled a limited number of appeals the past 3 years, but I think that my experience was instrumental in deciding some of the way we handle some of the cases. I guess with that, I'm interested in continuing to serve. I enjoyed working with the city staff and meeting many of the commissioners and you, Mayor. So I'd like to continue to serve.
We thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Lavoie? Seeing none. Commissioner Baller.
Yes, Mr. Lavoie, I have had the pleasure of speaking with you on several occasions, and I note that the Stormwater Utilities Appeals Board has met, looks like 2 or 3 times in 3 years. May of 26, well, twice in May of 2017 and once in 2018. And I know you were involved in the Lakeview project, and I hope that if an opportunity arises where your skills could be put to more frequent use, that you might consider applying for something like that, because I think your experience and skills could be very valuable to the city.
Well, I think one of the reasons why our appeals board didn't have to meet very often is because we had worked with Joe Valentine and the city engineer. And if you may recall, a couple of years ago, we requested there be an amendment made to the ordinance because there was a loophole in it that would have provided the opportunity for many, many appeals to come through. And in working with the city staff, we were able to close that loophole. And I think you've got a very workable ordinance now. And I'd be pleased to listen for additional opportunities. And if there's something that sounds good to me, I'll be in touch with you, Clinton, or with Joe, or with some of the other commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lavoie. Any other questions from the commissioners? None. Do I entertain an appointment, maybe?
I will nominate Mr. Lavoie to the Stormwater Utilities Appeals Board.
All right. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Baylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent. Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. And Mr. Lavoie, thank you again for your continuing making a difference in our community. And our clerk will touch base with you to have you take the oath and sign the please.
Thank you, Mayor and commissioners, because you folks put a lot more service in than I do. So I want you to be recognized as well.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. We go to our next appointment for the Ethics Board. Mrs. Sophie Fierro Share. She's only been a member since the inception, which is 2003. I don't know. What can you feed us some information tonight, Mrs. Share?
Hi there. How are you?
Still interested in continuing, but go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, well, like you said, I have been there since the beginning, which is, I think, a uniquely special place to have been, to be involved in putting something together that has really turned out to be hopefully very helpful to the community. And it's an opportunity that I have valued a great deal because I was able to be engaged in the community in which I live, and I hold that high in my own value system. I work with two gentlemen who are extraordinary. It's John Schroet and Jim Robb, and they have been excellent mentors and supportive of me during this whole process. I think what I bring to it that's unique, but not solely just mine, is an ability to listen carefully to the questions, to listen to what it is that people come before us have to say. I feel that that's an important value. I'm interested. I try very hard to look for questions that move things along and that provide some understanding for everyone, and in terms of what they bring. I think we try as a board, and I specifically want to say about myself, is that I strive for fairness and especially a non-judgmental approach to what people say and what they think and what they bring to the board. I think those are important values, and I don't have them. I'm not the only one that has them on this board, but they are important to us. We do our thought process in front of the people who come before us, and before they leave, they tend to know where we stand, and there's an understanding of all issues that the individuals have brought to us. I have enjoyed doing this a great deal. I feel very fortunate to be able to done this, and I would like to continue to continue as a member of the board.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Thank you so much for your comments. Any questions for Ms. Chair from the commission?
No.
I don't see any hands. Commissioner Nikita.
Yes, I've had the pleasure of being in front of the ethics board in the past, and as Mrs. Chair said, the three members are exceptional, and we are very lucky to have such a high level group dealing with ethics issues here in the city. So with that, I support moving forward with the continued appointment of Mrs. Chair, and I will nominate her.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent, Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Congratulations, Ms. Chair, and thank you again for
Thank
doing.
you all very much. Be well.
And Alex will be in touch with you to have you take the oath, Ms. Chair, okay?
All right. Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, stay well. Bye-bye.
Take care. Our next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. With that, is there would any commissioner would like to remove any item from the consent agenda? I see Commissioner Baller. Go ahead.
Items A, F, G, and I, please.
A, F, G, and I. Okay. Would any other commissioner like to remove any item from the consent agenda? I don't see any. Any public would like to remove anything from the consent agenda? I don't see any hand, but correct me if you do, guys. I don't. All right. With that, I'll entertain a motion here. Commissioner Sherman.
I'll move the consent agenda excluding items A, F, G, and I.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Baller. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall is absent. Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. What's the desire of the commission to go ahead, Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, I'd like some amount of discussion on these. I don't think they're going to be very quick, so I just caution you, Mayor, that the discussion, if it proceeds the way I would like, might take half an hour, 45 minutes, even an hour. So if with that, I might suggest, we can talk about it now, or we could move it to later on.
Just for the sake of the people that are here for these items, if they're in the room waiting, I'll just suggest that we don't want them to wait till the end of the meeting if they're here just for those items. Commissioner Sherman, your comment.
It appears to me that these items are not something that we would have members of the public specifically here for. Two of them are resolutions extending ad hoc committees. One of them is meeting minutes. And the third one is the fertilizer chemical purchases for the golf courses. So I don't think that there's going to be people from that are here specifically on these issues. I could be wrong.
How about staff?
But if this is going to be, if he's looking for a half hour, 45 minutes, or an hour conversation, we have a long agenda. So
all right,
it will probably be moved to the end.
So we're all concurring with that. I appreciate you, Mr. Ballard, to inform us ahead. So with that, that means we will continue our business and we'll come back to the items that were pulled from the consent agenda. We go to unfinished business. We have a resolution to consider amending the location for public comment on the agenda. Our city manager want to give us a little background on this item, and then we move ahead with discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you will recall, this item was before the commission in January, and there had some discussion on this previously with regard to trying a different location on the agenda for the public comment section. Staff had prepared a memo at that time, and Ms. Fairburn is on the call this evening who prepared that, and she's willing to answer any questions as well. But essentially, there was a 3-month trial that was put into place that had expired just as COVID was taking off. And now that we're in kind of a normalcy with COVID, it's been requested that we bring this back for consideration. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Fairburn with regard to any update to her report, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, good evening. So as Mr. Valentine said, we visited the topic of public comment during meetings in January. And in January's memo, you might remember the city staff looks at the 31 cities in Oakland County and 15 others. And what we found is that cities schedule their public comment based on their dynamics, based on their community needs. It is split fairly evenly between beginning of meeting, middle of meeting, end of meeting. So it's really what the community needs and what the community wishes for. In addition to that, legal counsel has said that we would not want to split our public comment period into 2 parts because that may be more burdensome to some speakers than to others, those who might have to wait till the end while others went at the beginning. And so for your considerations tonight, you can look at the timing of public comment on the agenda. You can also look at adding guidelines to the agenda, which in January you voted to include some guidelines on the agenda. You can also consider doing public participation forms, which are often called blue cards. And that's just a way of a resident who wishes to speak would fill out their name, their address, a quick summary of what they might be saying. It's a good way to facilitate the conversation and make sure that, moves along in order. So in your memo tonight, we have several options. There's actually 10 in total. We have to maintain public comment section, following communications on the agenda, to maintain it, following communications on the agenda, and to include guidelines for public comment, to maintain following communications on the agenda, and to request speakers to submit the public participation form, to revise the public comment section of the agenda to move comment to prior to the consent agenda, which is what you chose to do on a trial basis, to revise it for a 6-month trial period, to do the trial period and include guidelines, to do the trial period and request the participation forms, to move to prior to consent and include guidelines, to move to prior to consent and do the participation forms. And then also the final option that staff prepared for you tonight is to revise the public comment section of the agenda and to move public comment as item link on the agenda. And if there's a position in the agenda that you wish.
Thank you, Ms. Furman. With that, we'll open it to discussion from the commission. Entertain any motion or discussion?
I would just add,
Mr. Valentine, go ahead.
one of the topics that was raised last time with regard to splitting the public comment section, having it at the beginning and at the end. After having legal counsel review this, it was recommended that we do not follow that as a practice, given as much as the beginning portion of the meeting would have to be limited to some extent, and we should not be limiting the section of public comment. And therefore, it was decided that you should have it as one comprehensive section of discussion, either at the beginning or at the end or anywhere in the middle, but not having it separated within the meeting agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Valentine. Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, I guess my thoughts, breaking it down of where it should be, whether there should be guidelines, and whether we should have a participation form. So my feeling on this is it should be as simple as possible. I think the guidelines are too prescriptive and that we should leave that at the discretion of the mayor or whoever is chairing the meeting. I think that the public participation form is a little bit burdensome to make someone fill out a form. What if they come up with a comment, and they hadn't filled out a form? I just don't think. And so I just think we ought to move what we've got to the beginning. And I think the item that most accurately reflects that is number 4. To revise the public comment section of the commission agenda to move public comment prior to the consent agenda. I don't want to preempt anybody, but it seems to me that any discussion of this could be done in the context of a motion. So I guess I'd ask you, Mayor, if I'm inclined to just make the motion to accept suggested resolution number 4. And then in the interest of moving things along, we can have as much discussion of that motion as we want. So I guess I'll move that. If somebody feels like they want to second it, by all means, go ahead. If you don't, then I can understand we could have 2 sections of discussion on this. So.
I see you, Commissioner Host. He raised 2 hands and eager to support that.
Only two hands. Okay. I'd love to second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion and we seconded a Commissioner Host. Any comment on the motion and discussion on the motion? And the motion, to be clear, is as Commissioner Baller mentioned, to simplify things, is number 4 is to revise the public comment section of the commission agenda to move public comment prior to the consent agenda. and every similar business as what we've been doing all along, with the exception of the instead of the public comment being at the end, the public comment will be in the beginning. That's pretty much the motion. Now I'll take any further comment, discussion from the Commissioner Chairman.
I don't have an issue with moving the comment. I think that the experiment showed that there really is very little difference between having it at the beginning and the end as far as the number of comments and the quality of comments that we receive. The only thing that I would like to do is two things. One, this should be part of our rules of procedure. The order of our agenda, if we're going to do this, let's do it as part of the rules of procedure, amend our rules of procedure to accurately reflect the order of our agenda, to incorporate the the consent. Let's try that again. The matters for, try to move the public comments for matters not on the agenda. There we go. To the section just before the consent agenda. But I also think that the instructions that were given were helpful. We have people who have never been to a commission meeting before. They don't know the procedures. They don't know that they're supposed to address the presiding officer. They don't know that we're not going to respond to those questions that they may ask. They don't know that we're not going to take action on things that are not on the agenda. So I think that the instructions that we gave previously are very valuable to someone who's never been to a commission meeting before. And we want people coming in and feeling comfortable. It's a lot easier when they understand what the rules are and what they're expected to do when they're addressing the commission.
Any other comment? We have a motion. Mayor Long, she raised her hand first. Go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Butos. I agree with the motion to move the comments to the beginning of the consent agenda. My concern about the guidelines is that I think they're overly prescriptive about limiting public comment to 3 minutes, and I would be concerned about supporting that section. I also think that it's highly unlikely that anybody who dials in or shows up for public comment actually is going to read the guidelines. I think that the mayor, any mayor we've had, accomplishes that by reminding people verbally at the beginning of public comment when they're actively listening, that it's not a question and answer period and that we will not be taking any action. So I think we accomplish that more effectively verbally at each meeting, and that the written guidelines are probably less likely to accomplish the outcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Nikita. Did you raise your hand? No? Oh, sure. Commissioner Sherman.
I was just going to say that the guidelines that I was referring to was what the mayor was reading before the public comments were made each time. So I think that what Mayor Pro Tem Long was indicating was she had no issue with that. And I'm not saying 3 minutes. As I recall, what we said was it was a time limited by the mayor's discretion. I believe that was the language that we had adopted. And I thought that worked really well. And I would like to keep that language because I think that it is good for the mayor to have that to indicate what it is that's expected during public comment. Your comment that people are not going to read it, that's absolutely right. I think the mayor should be reciting that at the time.
Yeah, I will give you my 2 cents on this, but I'll let you guys discuss it. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes, I apologize, Commissioner Sherman. I thought you were referring to the guidelines that were presented in the,
no.
The action item.
Commissioner Baller.
Can we clarify what guidelines you're talking about? Because the motions on the table does not include the guidelines in italics above the suggested resolution. So I'm unclear right now, I don't know what he's reading.
Well, it actually was on all the previous agendas during our experiment. I can read it to you if you'd like.
Well, if it was during the experiment, that is precisely what's in the agenda packet tonight.
It's not, because in the experiment, we did not have a time limit prescribed. What we did was we said it was limited to the mayor's discretion. That was the language we used. And that's what I'm suggesting we do again.
Well, I guess I'd have to, for me to amend my motion, which I'm not inclined to do, I'd have to have the text of that. I think this might be better handled in another discussion. You're bringing up rules of procedure and a specific statement that should be made. If that statement includes things like the commission will not engage in a question and answer session, I find that obnoxious. If a member of the public comes before us and asks a simple question, we shouldn't be telling them we're not going to answer your question. So I guess it depends. Tonight, I think what we're dealing with is the timing of the public comment, not changing any rules or imposing any new rules. So I'm as far as I'm concerned, as one commissioner who made the motion, I'm willing to discuss those things at a later time when we have specific language in hand. But right now, I prefer to make the decision on timing and go from there.
Okay. Any other comments, Commissioner Host?
Mayor, I'd like you to have Commissioner Sherman clarify. I think the part I honed in on was at the discretion of the mayor. And I think that tacitly that should always be the case. But if there's more to it, I hope Commissioner Sherman might be able to go with at the discretion of the mayor. I don't think that needs to be part of the motion. I just feel that this can be handled as we go along.
Well, let us go ahead, Commissioner.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor. Go on.
I just don't want this to turn into a discussion where really we're trying to simplify things instead of complicating things. From a mayor discretion, I've been on that seat for 4 years. I've been a mayor for a year. I really don't see a problem with our public comments right now. I've never witnessed myself. I've always handled it myself. I speak for myself very professionally. I don't like to time people. That's me personally. That's my own preference. And not to say that you guys referring to time. I refuse to hold a phone and stop person from talking. That's not my personality. And I don't believe this should be any mayor decision to cut off people. I think we have a duty to respect our public, and we do it very well. As I mentioned, I don't foresee issues. I believe very rarely we have a room full of public and on a very controversial item that happening in the city, but yet to witness one time that we couldn't handle it. There's way, there's verbiage, there's tone. I would myself be, I'm confident that I can handle any public at any time. I don't believe we have an issue with it. I believe it's just now, is it versus put at the comment in the beginning or at the end. But I do agree with Commissioner Sherman. I echo his comments. Yes, it should be part of the rules of procedures, but we all have common sense. We all know how to lead. We all know how to educate on what's in front of the agenda item that we have at the end of any hearing we have. I think this is my duty as a mayor to educate the public right then what needed to be done. At the beginning of a meeting, I can just read what we're expecting tonight and what could be achieved from the public and when. So with that, I really believe we need to move forward and put this behind us. in a way that not to explore options like Commissioner Sherman mentioned, absolutely. But we already know it. We already know it. We don't need to complicate it. But again, that's my 2 cents on it. I really don't foresee an issue moving it to the beginning, as we've had. It won't hurt by any means. It will only help the public and will educate them all the time that they can come at the beginning of the meeting and speak. That would be great. If we don't see any results out of that, we can change it at any minute. But for now, I think simplicity is what we need. And we have a simple resolution in front of us that doesn't complicate or change much, but help the public not to stay till 11 o'clock or 10:30 or midnight. And that's how I see it myself. But I'll leave the floor to you guys. Any other comment on the motion itself from the commissions? Commissioner Sherman.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not clear. The information that you were reading before public comment when we had at the beginning, are you suggesting reading it or not reading it?
To be honest with you, I read it once and only once, Mr. Sherman. I don't need to read it. I know how to handle the public. I know how to inform them what to do and what not to do during my meeting. I can't speak for others. I don't want to time people. I don't want to read what exactly the rules are. I can tell them in 2 sentences in a very nice tone what expected of them. If I have a long agenda, all what I have to say, please respect our time. We have a busy agenda. Keep your comments short, and please don't be repetitive. This is not a difficult thing. This is the easiest thing I can handle in the meeting. I speak for myself as a mayor. If whatever rules we have to put, but the person that decide whether I'm going to read it or not. I read it only once, Mr. Sherman, only once. I always say public comments, not on the agenda, any public comment. And I've never had an issue so far. But that's me. Maybe I'm lucky. I don't know. But any other comments? Commissioner Nikita.
Yes, I was just, this was supposed to be a review of the test that we did. So I'm just curious about the review of the procedure that we did for 3 months. I was in favor of doing the test. One of the biggest concerns that I had all along is that our meetings are business meetings for the city. And the concern I've had all along on this is that we want to make sure that the business of the city doesn't get significantly challenged in terms of scheduling, because we have large amounts of people that come to the meetings waiting for agenda items that have been noticed and published, and we want to make sure that gets done in a timely manner, because that's the reason for the meeting is the business meeting. So I think this test was interesting. Over the years that I've been on the commission and the years that I've watched the commission for many years prior, that's probably about 20 years now, there's not been a significant amount of people coming to public comment, mostly because people can contact us, and usually do, through all kinds of other ways, through emails, through phone calls. We get emails regularly, we get phone calls, we get comments when we meet with people, through the city manager. There's a number of ways to contact the commission to pass along issues. So the idea of coming to the meeting is usually something that's last on the item for most people, I think, given the nature of having to come to a meeting and all that. So my biggest concern is challenging the schedule and the agenda and the business meeting that we have. I think in doing this study, one of the things we identified is that cities are all over the map. We did, I think, 46 cities we reviewed, and we found that it was pretty much split between end of the meeting, beginning of the meeting, and middle of the meeting. Ironically, the middle of the meeting seemed to be the most common, which I think is somewhat odd, but so be it. That's just what people are doing. But I do think that at this time of review, and the purpose, I think, of doing a study is that when the study's done, we review what we did so we know exactly what was the outcome of the study was, and that wasn't really mentioned in the preparation or the initial information that we were given. So just for my own clarification and to pass this along to the public and whoever's interested in this, we had I think we had 6 different meetings during the course of the 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. It's just what I've written. The one meeting we had a group, an individual group on one item that came to us. Some residents and some non-residents, they came to us on the 5G issue, and it was a group of people. So it was sort of one issue, and they all spoke collaboratively. Actually, I think one person spoke for the group that was there. So we really had one issue on that one. The next meeting we had one person speak. The next meeting we had one person speak. The next meeting we had nobody speak. The next meeting we had nobody speak. And then the last meeting we had, which was actually online, we had one person speak. So I don't see, and I have received no emails regarding moving this, no phone calls regarding moving this, and nobody meeting me on the street or talking to me, and I'm very accessible about their concerns that we need to move this. Given that, if there's support for moving it, I'm fine with that as long as I'm comfortable with the business of the meeting. The business of the point of the meeting, which is our business meeting, is not thwarted in some way by way of timing and all that. So I'm a bit concerned about making sure that we're on track. I would say that I wouldn't have a problem with the specific time limit. I think if we don't want to do that, and the mayor thinks that that he, at this point in the future, whoever can keep that on board and doesn't prolong the meetings, then it shouldn't really be a problem. And I think I just caution that as a concern, because there is a reason why we have this in place and where it should be and what its purpose is and all that. So given that, I'm fine with that. I just caution that concern, and I'd say it's worth monitoring going forward, that if that starts to become an issue, then I think we need to reevaluate and figure out possibly a way to adjust it so that we make sure that we stay on track and address the meeting efficiently and properly, and it doesn't become a negative for the process of what we're supposed to be doing.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. I do echo your sentiments. Yes, we are here to do the business of the city and its people, though. But since I was leading this commission as a mayor, I don't remember any meeting that the public had delayed my meeting. It's city commissioner comments that delayed the meeting and city commissioner discussions that delays the meeting. That's in my experience only, and I promise you that I will do my best as a co-chair, that I will make sure I'll deliver politely and most professionally, as we always do, with a high standard to the public to understand that we have a long agenda and that we should not interfere with our business. And I hope to continue to do so. I hope every mayor after me continue to do so. And again, moving the minutes to the beginning of moving the public comment to the beginning of the agenda is a good thing that we're doing. I think with that, I'll leave if any comments from commissioners. If not, I take any comments from the public. Any comments from the commission? No comments from the public. On the motion, please. I see a hand. Mr. Bloom?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Bloom, we have a motion to move the minutes, and please,
Yes.
Any comments on that?
Yes. So I would like to thank the commission for taking this issue up. I would like to thank you personally, Mr. Mayor, for the eloquent and common sense comments that you made. I've been going to city commission meetings for over 20 years. We've never had the kind of rules before that two commissioners are advocating for. we live in a special community. We live in an inclusive community, and to put rules and that are more stringent on allowing people to speak is not progress, it's regression. And so I want to say I'm very proud and happy that Commissioners Host and Ballard and you and Commissioner Hoff, who isn't here, have brought this item forward and can hopefully restore some confidence and allow people to speak their minds publicly as long as they're not disrupting things. Thank you.
Mr. Bloom, any additional comment from the public on the motion, please? None, bring it back to the commission. No further discussion. Alex, would you please take the roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent. Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you. That will conclude our unfinished business. And next we are going to item 11, which is new business. We have a public hearing. I would like to open the public hearing for a special land use permit amendment and final site plan and design review for 1800 West Maple Lutheran Church of the Redeemer to expand the sanctuary and narthex and make a related improvement to July 2020 to ensure proper noticing of all affected properties. And I do believe now the public hearing is open, and Mr. Valentine would like to give us a little background on what's happening.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As in normal course with our public hearings, we have a noticing requirement that we're obligated to comply with. Unfortunately, in this case, there was an error with regard to the noticing for not only this public hearing, but the subsequent one that's to follow. As a result of that, we're requesting that we postpone this hearing till the next week's meeting, July 20th, to allow for sufficient noticing. There's a 15-day noticing requirement that we comply with. We have sent out mailers to meet that requirement for the July 20th meeting. And as a result, we're requesting that we postpone this public hearing to July 20th.
Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Valentine. With that, I'll leave it to discussion or a motion. Before the motion, the hearing is open. What I need from the commission is actually a motion to postpone the public hearing. Commissioner Ballard.
So moved.
Okay. Second by Commissioner Sherman.
Actually, that motion won't work. We need a motion to postpone it to a date certain.
Yeah, to July 2020.
Yeah, that's got to be the motion.
It's in there.
It's in the resolution that I read, but he wanted you to state it. I'll state it for you.
I'll move to postpone the public hearing for the special land use permit amendment and final site plan and design review for 1800 West Maple Lutheran Church of the Redeemer to expand the sanctuary and narthex and make related improvements to July 20th, 2020 to ensure proper noticing of all affected properties.
Excellent. Well read.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sherman. Any comment from the commission on the motion? None? From the public? None? All right. Would the clerk take a roll call, please?
Mr. Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mr. Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent. Mayor Boutros?
Yes. All right, we move to our next item on the agenda, another public hearing that I'd like to open. A resolution to postpone the public hearing for the rezoning of 469, 479 South Old Woodward to July 2020 to ensure proper noticing of affected properties. I do believe this hearing is similar to the item before it, but Commissioner I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Long, go ahead. You get
Yes, Mayor Boutros, I wanted to let you know that I will be recusing myself for this item.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Long. Noted. Commissioner Nikita.
I'll move the suggested resolution.
Awesome.
Same comment.
Second.
Commissioner Nikita, if you don't mind, in your resolution of postponing, just state the date.
The suggested resolution calls for the date to be July 20, 2020. I include that in my motion.
Yes, to postpone the public hearing to that certain date.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sherman. Commissioner Sherman has a lot of legal hat on him today. We appreciate you.
I just want to make sure we dot our I's here.
With that, we have a second, a motion and a seconded by Commissioner Sherman. Any comment on the motion by the commissioners? Any comment on the motion by the public? Seeing none. Bring it back to the commission. I don't see any further discussion. Alex, will the clerk please go ahead and call the roll?
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long is recusing, Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent, Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you. We move on to item C under new business. Mr. Valentine, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as an ministerial item, inasmuch as we have a few printed copies of the agenda that contain the substantial amount of information related to these public hearings, I would just ask the commission if they're acceptable to keeping those pages for next week's meeting, so we don't have to reprint those volumes of documents for next week's hearing. Save a few trees if we can. Would that be amenable to the commission for those that receive printed copies?
Yes. I see everybody's nodding their head.
Yes.
Thank you. It took half of my suitcase, just the agenda. Yes, we have another one.
Okay, thank you.
Did you get in under the weight limit?
All right, with that, we go to item C, resolution directing staff to make revision to the draft RFP of architectural design services of public property north of Willis and west of North Old Woodward, as discussed on the July 13 meeting, and bring it back to the City Commission for further review and comment, or approving the draft RFP for architectural and design service for public property north of Willits, same as the first. With that, I think we have a little presentation by Jenna, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
For yours.
Thank you. I know all of you are familiar with this project. It's something that's been going on for several years in different iterations. As I understand, at your meeting, one of your meetings in June, you had asked for this to be brought back and for staff to write an RFP to look at studying what's been done. Essentially, what this RFP is for architectural and design services for public property, to basically start all over again, to establish a process to review all of the previous planning documents, previous studies that were done, et cetera, and revisit a strategic vision of some sort for the use of this property. So reviewing all planning documents, all studies that were done, parking studies, site studies, use studies, analysis, and then soliciting public input through a detailed community engagement plan to find out what it is that the public wants, to create a vision for the use of this property and what the future holds for it, and to reach consensus on what that is, and eventually result in a strategic vision document. The strategic vision document itself would be the outcome of this RFP, and essentially, just to sum up what's in here, it's for a group to come together and submit bids on this. That they must have an urban designer on the team, they must have multimodal and parking experience on the team, they must have an urban planner on the team, an architect, a landscape architect, and a public engagement specialist. All of those folks would be on the team, and they would put together, review all of this, come up with a vision, do the detailed public engagement, represent to us what the best practices have been in similar infill situations and other urban environments across the country or potentially even beyond the country, and then put together a strategic vision document that in the end would sort of lay out the priorities for public infrastructure investment, including transportation elements, parking elements, any parcels that may be considered for redevelopment, public, private, etc., or not, any retail uses, whether they're larger scale or smaller scale, any office or mixed uses, any residential uses, including in particular the missing middle, which you've heard discussed during the master plan discussions over the past years, and also any civic elements. So whether it's with regards to park connections, public plazas, park space, etc. So I'm happy to answer any questions. As you know, this is a draft RFP looking at basically reviewing everything that we have and coming up with a new plan to try to get consensus amongst everybody as to where we want to go with this property. So I'm happy to answer any questions. You can see there's a lot of information in there, history of the project in the past and what's been going on. And frankly, we didn't even go back as far. I mean, I can remember, I think it was 04 or 05 that we actually did another iteration of this project. You know, in the 2016 plan, there's recommendations for this property and what we should consider doing. All of that information is in there. We do have a lot of information for folks, anybody that's submitting under this RFP to review, obviously, all of the studies that were done in the past. And that would all be attached to the RFP as well.
Thank you.
You will see.
Are you there?
I was just, yes, I was just going to mention that you'll see some blanks in the RFP because I don't know what you're looking at in terms of timing for this. So a lot of the timing elements are blank at this point, just for your discussion purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Sackard. Would that conclude your presentation right now?
Yes, yes.
Or else, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off. I apologize. I would like to just suggest something for the commission for the sake of healthy discussion and sake of time to run a productive meeting, as this is a very important item. And I do believe there should be a further discussion at a different time before we think of a resolution to be passed. There's more information, there's objectives to be met. We need to give more directions, whether do we want to do this maybe at a joint session meeting or at one of, I don't know, is there a committee that we need to form? I would like to feel the commission on their directions if they believe this is that requires that discussion before we entertain a resolution, as we need a lot of information, like Ms. Eckert had mentioned. Do we see the directions on discussion tonight, whether to do a joint meeting or what do you call it? I'm drawing a blank on what we're trying to accomplish. A workshop, maybe. Thank you, Commissioner Baller. My thought process, but I'll leave it up to you guys. I'll open it for discussion, thoughts, and if that's what you're going to discuss tonight further. Go ahead. Commissioner Baller, go ahead.
Yeah, I do think that that we ought to be discussing process here as opposed to the specifics of the RFP. I appreciate having it, and it's something to now use as a working document. I wouldn't be comfortable either approving it or amending it tonight. I just accept it and talk about the process of how we want to proceed on this. And they're all good ideas. We could have a workshop with the commission. We could have a joint meeting with the planning board. We could appoint a blue ribbon committee. I mean, so that's where I'm at on it. I would prefer to, and I'm happy discussing process tonight, or just tabling it. And, I need more time to read it all and digest it.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please.
I have a question, if I can, and this corresponds to your question, Mr. Mayor, but it's a question for Jana, which I think factors into process and guiding anything like this, so that it would be actually moved toward an appropriate product, I guess, if you will. Jana, if you could, the thinking on this, at least so far, and from the planning perspective, from your position as the planner for the city, and what you think that the planning board would be interested in dealing with. There's a couple of ways of looking at something like this. One is sort of pretty open-ended, which is a sort of vision document, which you use the term vision, and I like to use that as a forward-thinking sort of what would we do here. The other part of that, which is really pretty critical, and this is where I think I'd like to hear your thoughts specifically on, is the elements that we would ask a consultant, the guidelines that we give a consultant. Obviously, as you know, and we've done plenty of RFPs over the years, the clearer the RFP, the better solution that we're going to get that actually hits the target of what we need to move something forward. The concern, of course, with an open-ended RFP, something that's just kind of loosey-goosey, if you will, is that you can hire somebody and they can, and I believe I responded to my share of RFPs. I've done plenty of projects in this manner. And the clearer that the client, if you will, and the client is the city and everybody involved in this, the clearer we are as to what the goal is, the better chance we're going to get a response that's going to hit the target. So I guess, to what degree do you anticipate, and this is part of, I think, the discussion, but for the process, but just at the moment, how much do you think that something like this would need to be on the side of clarifying the goals of the city in terms of what we would like to see in terms of elements of the project, versus just completely open-ended and having somebody just sort of, which ultimately could end up with a whole lot of things that may not be applicable given the criteria of what we would need. And I'm talking about parking and public space, and, you can get specific with that. And it would all be guided by the process, surely, and by public discussion and all that. But the clearer we have that, the better RFP is going to result in something. So just, I wanted your general thoughts at this time as to how you would see that formulated from your position as the city planner.
Well, that's a rather long question. So let me give it a try. I guess, first of all, I'd want a little more clarification from the City Commission as to what your direction is in terms of where you think you're going. As you can see, the way this RFP is drafted, it's laying out all of the different elements that could be included without defining which one should or should not be included. So, for instance, if you decide to take out 550 parking spaces, is it important to you that you replace those and or create more, or is it not? I mean, parking kind of drives this in a large sense. Is it more important for the commission that you increase your public space and connect to Booth Park and add more public plazas, or is it more important that you extend the downtown a block, as was envisioned in the 2016 plan, by creating a new street and a new connection and new opportunities for an extension, so to speak, of downtown? I think these are all policy directions. I think that we need input from you, but as a commission. But I would say that right now, what we've got here is all of those elements should be considered. And I guess we're leaving it fairly open for a consultant to come in, and based on the public feedback or the public input that they get, and based on all of the findings of the previous documents, fairly open for them to come up with something. As you know, last time when we went out for bid, we did have a conceptual plan that was in place. We did a previous RFP, and we had a group that came together and did a conceptual plan. And this is definitely a more open process, open to, hey, let's see what's out there. What is the direction of the city commission? How does the public weigh in? What are their thoughts and goals and desires for the downtown, I guess? So I think this is a little more open. I think that's, in my view, that's the kind of thing we would like, given what happened with the last time this project went through and did not pass the voters. I think maybe having a little bit more of an open process might help.
So Jenna, that's my point. Not to really dig in the weed tonight and get into the conversation what we're literally looking for versus how many parking spot or that. I think the focus tonight we should just table this at a later time. We can discuss it either among us. What is the best step to get you those answers? We need to focus on whether to get a consultant now, whether to do a workshop immediately if needed right now or at a later date, whether we need to form a committee. And I think right now it's too preliminary, Ms. Becker, to tell you exactly to Commissioner Nikita's point. Yes, we need to know what our objectives. What are we? In order for our RFP to be drafted, first you need to know what are you drafting for? What are you aiming at? We don't know yet. I don't believe any one of us is ready right now to really, I hope I'm not interrupting any commissioner if you don't align your thought with what I'm saying tonight. As this is a very long discussion. This is a very important discussion that we really cannot achieve tonight. We need to get the consultant if we have to. We need to set a workshop if we have to. And if you guys don't want to set the workshop, or we don't know if we want to do workshop, or we want to hire a consultant, or let's focus on the committee, or maybe all the options, but let's table at a later time and bring it back to Joe and give him directions. Mayor Pro Tem Long. Unmute yourself, please, Mayor Pro Tem. Here we go. Yes.
Muting difficulties this evening. I appreciate the comments that Ms. Ecker made. I think she laid it out quite succinctly. And I also agree with the direction that you are articulating. I think that we, as a commission and as a community, would be best served by sort of starting with a whiteboard and involving the community and looking at all the options. And I think that a workshop where we could discuss it amongst ourselves and invite members of the planning board and members of the community to kind of participate, to go back further than the previous, the failed RFP went, or even, so that there is not a defined plan about what we want to have on that site. And I think that the goal is to involve the community in at least gathering their thoughts to inform our thoughts about what is the best use for this highly desirable, valuable, river adjacent piece of property. And then those answers will help us inform, to Commissioner Nikita's point, the clarity of the RFP. But I don't think we have that information yet. And I think we need to undertake a process to get it. I think a workshop would be an excellent start.
Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please.
I would suggest, or I surely would like to hear the planning board's view on on their thought on the process. I mean, I think getting insight from the planning board as to how they would see this move forward, it would be helpful to give direction on what we might want to do. And I would put that out as maybe an initial thought, where Jana can go back to the planning board, possibly have them dialogue about it, and then give us some insight, because that would also, and we can put in there the question of whether they think a workshop, a joint discussion, or some other whatever it is. I mean, I don't want to put, any criteria on that. I would say let's hear from the planning board with Jana and staff and get their thoughts. And as part of the dialogue of whether a workshop or something would be a good next step, I'd be interested in hearing, personally, I'd be interested in hearing that. The other thing I would say that is really important is there's a different circumstance that we've now come across in the last couple of months that, of course, is a really critical situation. One of the premier drivers of the Bay Street extension discussion of 3 years ago was that we found ourselves 750 cars short in a downtown system that was maxing out multiple times a week in terms of parking. So there was a clear concern for the impact on the downtown and the commercial district. And that's actually, what led to us doing the study, the parking deck study, or the study of our multiple parking decks to identify where and what the circumstances are with each of those, which led us to, and I was on that committee with Commissioner Hoff, and that led us to a lot of insight as to where any opportunity there might be to address this deficit of 750 cars. So that was very, very specifically driven by a high priority need that was a concern for the downtown success or continued success. Relative to that, I guess when I bring it back to the current day, one of the issues that we have now is that all of the understanding of that, those demands are very, very different at the moment, given the office COVID reevaluation and transformation of whatever is happening at the moment with our business community and our downtown community. It's a very volatile moment, and I just put that out there as to we really have a lot of unknowns at the moment, and to create a criteria or guidelines for a development in the downtown of any sort, that will have an impact. So I just put that out there as a recognition, an important recognition of the moment we're in and how it may affect all of what we're talking about, and that there's a bit of a I guess we need to know more about what's happening right now to really help us inform where we may go with any kind of change with the development. So there's some complex issues at the moment that factor in as well, and I just put that out as part of the factor. But going back to my first point, I do suggest or recommend the thought of, or at least put forth the thought that we may want to encourage the planning board to give us some direction or thoughts from their perspective, and then have that give us some basis to move forward with.
I think we're all echoing the same thing with just angle it in a different way. We're all agreeing we need community engagement. We all need to do more discussion, whether via workshop or joint session with the planning board. I believe the best direction right now, Joe, maybe Commissioner Butler, do you want to comment on something? Go ahead.
Yes, please. I would like to keep my remarks short and to the point. And the point is the draft RFP. And I just would say that there's a presumption here that we need a draft, that we need an RFP, and that RFP ought to be written by staff, because that's what staff gave to us. They did not recommend that we hire a consultant to write the RFP. They did not give us a choice of 4 RFPs. They did not say, we're not going to do an RFP. We're going to try to amend the contract that we have with DPZ on the 2040 plan. So I would, as we think about this, I'd back up a little bit and say, and have a discussion at some point about, again, process, and is this even the right direction to go in, or or are there other things to consider? We ought to be at every turn. We ought to be given a rational group of choices to choose from. So the choice might have tonight, and I'm not criticizing what you did, but an alternative might have been to say, okay, folks, we can go with an RFP, we can write it, or we can have a consultant write it, or we can not even do an RFP and make it part of the 2040 plan. What do you think? Right? And then, from there we can go to the next step. So it's kind of an idea of building a decision tree, and as we go down the path, making sure we're making the right decisions and not presuming anything. So there's a little bit of presumption in here that, and not in the content of it, just in the fact that it even exists, that I would question and say, and so you might address that, Jana, why, or Joe, and I think that's a relevant thing to discuss tonight if we're going to take this any further, is why did you choose to do an RFP and write the RFP yourselves as opposed to any other option?
Simply stated, that's what we were directed to do, so that's what we brought back. I think based on the discussion tonight, and I think it makes a lot of sense, is that you need to take a step back to assess the current environment. You want to take a step back to assess the public's interest. You want to take a step back to assess the process. So my recommendation would be, based on the discussion tonight, is to come back with the commission with a framework that provides an outline that you can critique of how you want to move the process forward. And once we have that input, then we can move forward in a way that I think is more in tune to what you're expecting. Because fundamentally, right now, we were just asked to bring back an RFP, and that's what we've done. But I think there's a larger discussion here that has to happen. And I think we can put together a framework that you can look at in the form of an outline that takes your comments here this evening and kind of lays it out in an opportunity for you to provide some constructive feedback on that process going forward.
Well said, Mr. Valentine. I believe that's really what we're trying to achieve tonight. I want to speak for every commissioner. Are we in agreement to move along for the next item? Yeah, I see nodding. Good. Thank you, Mr. Valentine. With that, we take no action on item C, and we move to item D under new business, a resolution to set the date of July 20, 2020 to consider approval of local ballot proposal to be presented at the November general election for a Parks and Recreation bond in support of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Just for sake of clarification, this resolution tonight in front of us is only to set a date of July 20. As again, I don't want to go into deep discussion of something that in the future we have to discuss. All what you're doing tonight is setting a date for July 2020 to consider the approval. But we're open to some discussion from the commission if you wish to, or if you have any further directions to the city attorney with hopefully approving the set date. But go ahead.
Let me, Mr. Mayor, if I may just kind of give a quick overview with some background on this.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We had some discussion previously, earlier this year actually, with regard to the opportunity for a parks bond based on the efforts of the Parks and Recreation Board in putting together their master plan. That master plan is done about every 4 to 5 years, and the most recent one was completed in 2019, submitted to the commission in the form of a priority list last year with the projects that the Parks and Rec Board had worked on. And then we had discussed some funding opportunities in our long-range planning meeting in January. Then again, we got hit with the onset of COVID, and this kind of got stalled. The commission requested we bring this back. So we're advancing this in the sense that there's an opportunity, if you wanted to, earliest opportunity being your November election this year, if you wanted to advance a ballot initiative to fund some park improvement projects. We have been in consultation with our bond counsel, Miller Canfield, and I know Pat McGow from Miller Canfield is on the call this evening. So we work to lay out a framework by which you could achieve that objective, if in fact that is your objective, to try to move this forward for something for this year to obtain some funding for park improvements. We did revisit the prior priority list in reviewing that, trying to lay out a format that was implementable in the sense of issuing bonds for those projects. A lot of these projects, or actually some of them, have concept plans already created, which provide a framework for those parks. We would have to then vet that further into final design work for not only these concept plans, but then also create concept plans for subsequent projects that are in the second schedule or phase of this project, and get those vetted and pushed through. So there's some timing issues involved. So we had to restructure a little bit of the priorities to correspond with the logistics of getting these plans done in a timely fashion. So we've worked through that, and we have a revised list for you that takes into account that process. Also takes into account including all the projects that were included in the prior priority list. Takes into account the timing that is required to advance a ballot initiative this year. To sort of get onto the ballot for November, a general election, we'd have to have a ballot language submitted to the state by August 11th. And in talking to bond counsel, it was advised that we move forward with action no later than July 20th, which is your next meeting, to ensure that we had everything in order to submit. From a funding perspective, we're in a unique situation where we could advance a ballot initiative and take on the additional debt from this park bond in the years 2021 and 2024, which coincidentally, we have existing bond debt coming off. So we have existing sewer bond debt coming off in 2021, and again, Parks and Recreation bond debt coming off in 2024 at a greater amount than we would be adding debt in under this ballot proposal if you decided to move forward. So in effect, you would still have a lesser debt obligation, even though you're adding debt on, because you'd have more significant debt coming off during those same periods. So from that aspect, you're in a unique situation to advance a proposal of this nature if you decide to do so. We also worked on advancing a public communication plan in as much as there's a few months left in the time frame here for this ballot question. So we worked with our current contract communication company, Van Dyke Horn, to prepare a proposal for your consideration should you wish to move forward, which would assist in focusing on an education campaign for such ballot initiative. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions. As the mayor had indicated, the recommendation before you this evening is not to take any action on this evening, but to set the date for the next meeting so that we can provide some notice and gather some additional input before you make a decision. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, I do have Pat McGow with Miller Canfield on the call this evening as well.
Commissioner Waller, go ahead.
Yes, I would say kudos. Terrific work coming up with this in such a short period of time. So thank you very much. A couple quick questions. Is the report that you're providing tonight essentially what you will provide to us next week? Do you anticipate any changes?
Unless you direct otherwise, we would be looking at a very similar report. Yes.
Okay. And I see a priority list and a bond priority list. And I'm trying to understand the difference between those two.
Yeah, there's 2 pages, both indicate phase 1 and phase 2 on one, and that was for $12,195,000. That was included based on the initial priority list that the Parks and Rec Board had worked on, allocating some cost to projects to advance under this initiative. As we reviewed that priority list and looking at the logistics of trying to implement those, it was determined that we needed to make some adjustments because we'd have to develop some concept plans that weren't in existence currently and have to finalize further planning and some of these other projects. So we could undertake that while certain projects were going on in the first phase and then expedite that in the second phase by having those projects already underway. So in the first phase, rather than doing projects of 7.3 million, we're recommending advancing a first phase of 4.7 million. Now, we had this year budgeted $2 million in our budget for mechanical work at the ice arena, which was already included in the initial priority list. So we removed that from the initial priority list, which lowered that amount. Now, the initial priority list did not include bonding costs or inflation. So we included those 2 items in the revised schedule. So under the revised schedule, the first phase would be about 4.75 million, and the second phase would be about 6.5 million, for a total of 11.25 million total issuance, rather than the 12.195.
Are contingencies included in these amounts?
There's some, yes.
Like what percent?
I don't have the percentages available, but
what's typical?
I think what we did is we did a 3% roll up on each year going forward to give enough cushion.
And what about contingencies for just cost overruns? Stuff costs more than we thought it would cost. Anything like that?
Not specifically in that. We just did a flat roll up per year on each year, just as a general number.
I think we ought to take into account, the fact that stuff might cost more, whether it's labor or materials or whatever. Isn't it? I mean, I'm not an expert in this, but don't you generally build in a 10 or 15% contingency just in case?
Well, that's a good point. You can do that. We did not do that because this amount was always contemplated that this would be the bonded amount. And in addition to this bonded amount, we would have other allocations for funding, such as crowdfunding, looking at some grant funding opportunities, and looking at some private contributions. So we kind of didn't get too aggressive with the bond ask because we anticipated there would be supplemental avenues to pursue for funding based on what other projects and initiatives we'd want to advance.
What's the difference between the 11,250 and the debt that we're going to be retiring?
Actually,
something that can be expressed?
Yes, actually, on the schedule, it breaks it down on a millage rate calculation.
What's the dollar? I mean, are we talking $1 million, $2 million, $3 million? I mean, if we were to, in other words, if we were to borrow exactly the same amount as we're retiring, what would that number be? So that, you know what I'm saying?
I do. We just didn't run those calculations. That wasn't part of the formula. We limited it just to what the bond projects were, but certainly you have more capacity to do more if you wanted. We did limit it to what was required just for these bond projects.
I'm thinking in terms of selling it. And if it's exactly equal, that's something that could be sold. I'd be interested in what the other commissioners have.
It's going to be less than what you're taking off.
Right, but maybe we don't want it to be more, but maybe we want it to be equal rather than less. Because my next question, and we got a revised agenda with a letter from Mrs. Bongiorno with some very good ideas for the fire station number 2, and I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't include that in here as well, and just kind of ballpark the amount of money that might cost. So those are my questions, or maybe you can address the idea of a park. I understand that you'd want the Parks Board to look at it, and we'd maybe want to do a community outreach or whatever on it. I'm pretty sure people are going to buy into it strongly, and that will want to do it.
So the way we're structured this is to have one authorization with 2 issuances, meaning you would authorize an amount not to exceed a maximum capacity that you're comfortable with as part of the ballot language. Then you as a commission would have the ability to issue up to those funds. So in effect, if you wanted a comfort level of adding some additional capacity in there based on some unknowns, you could certainly do that. Then you still have the ability to regulate how much of that you actually issue. Does that make sense?
Well, it does, but it would be nice to know. I mean, it's an important line item to get people to vote for it. if that line item ended up in here,
Right. I think the time frame would be tough to get a concrete number within a week because there's no idea of what would be contemplated for an additional park improvement.
Well,
I mean, you could be anywhere from $10,000 to $1 million based on the amenities you decide to put in.
Right. Well, if you told us that, you did the calculation and to maintain the current level of indebtedness, we could borrow 12,250,000. That would leave an extra million of cushion, which could include the firehouse. I'm just throwing out an example, but I think I would like to know that number. And I would like to see the firehouse site included here. So, and otherwise, I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller. Commission comments? Yes, Commissioner Nikita.
If I could, continued question for Joe, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Nikita.
Thank you. Joe, just along the lines of rigidity on our flexibility for the amount, just to be clear, because I think I know the answer, but I want to verify that if we have $11 million that we can apply to these different initiatives, and there are a number of those that we've defined over the years somewhat clearly, but there are some that are somewhat loose and not quite fully detailed, and we'd have to obviously get get further along the lines of understanding what we would do. This bond doesn't. If this bond were to be approved, or at least how we set it up, would we have the flexibility to enhance, alter, extend, or build upon the fundamentals of what we've put into the bond for approval?
In terms of additional funding or in terms of modification of plan designs?
Not additional funding. I understand what we ask for is what we get, and that's approved. But I'm talking about how is it addressed in terms of the details of what we actually spend the money on.
Yeah, that for many of these projects, that process has yet to occur. So you would have the opportunity to define what amenities you would want to move forward with. And in the event that those estimates come in higher than you're comfortable with, you can always scale them back. In addition, if they come in a way that you feel that you want to embellish them a little bit more, you can always bump those amounts up to do a little bit more if you desired. So part of the process is going to be when you do the designing of those parks, you'll have the opportunity to kind of work with those budgets to make sure you're comfortable with what you want to advance. So we'd start with an initial concept design with some additional budget estimates based on that concept. That can be tweaked and modified based on your comfort level. Then we would go and do more detailed designs or final designs that we would use for construction purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sherman.
In the past, when we've done bond issuances, do we usually have a better idea of exactly what's going to be, how the proceeds are going to be used, as opposed to nebulous concepts for some things that we haven't even seen yet?
I see Mayor Pro Tem Long's hand up there. She may have some prior knowledge with the chair as the chair of the Parks Board.
So Commissioner Sherman, I would first of all, I would like to acknowledge the enormous amount of effort that went into developing this priority list at the Parks and Recreation Board level. There was an ad hoc subcommittee that met for months. There was a consultant, McKenna worked with us on this. There was a public charrette. There were public surveys. There were comments submitted in person, in writing, online from a great number of constituencies. I think the online survey had nearly 500 participants talking about how they use parks, voting on concepts, weighting what they thought was important. So what you see in front of you is not nearly the amount of detail that exists. As City Manager Valentine mentioned, the projects that are in the early phases already have plans. They have already been bid out. There are already defined elements, especially things like Adams Park, which was ready to go once before. So those are not nebulous at all. And for the elements that are less shovel ready in phase 2, they're still clearly defined what they want to do, which is primarily the bulk of that is replacing 25 to 40-year-old playground equipment at a variety of parks. there may not be full drawings for all of those, but the objectives and the goals have been defined. So I would say that the priority list is actually not nebulous and is merely divided up because some things have completed schematic drawings and some don't. And we were made aware by bond counsel that once a bond is issued for this type of work, the project has to be completed within 3 years. And so we were very careful about what bandwidth the DPS had to manage these types of projects, which is why we divided things into 2 phases. And we have preliminary cost estimates for everything on this list. So I'm very comfortable talking about this further on July 20th. I think that it does probably feel rushed to the commission at this point, but only because it was interrupted by not being on the ballot last November and then by not being addressed because of our alterations in our schedule and procedure due to COVID. But now we have an opportunity to move this forward, should the commission decide, for November of this year. And I think many members of the community are newly aware of how valuable our park system is because they've been so heavily used during the pandemic. As a matter of fact, we're letting the space be used for a lot of outdoor yoga and exercise things currently for studios who can't open. They are more well used than they've ever been. And should we not undertake this opportunity for November of this year, we would be forced to wait another entire calendar year, at which point we'd have to look at all the assumptions on which this list is based.
If I may continue.
Yes, go ahead.
What is the next bonding, next date that it could be on the ballot if it's not the November ballot?
Next year, I think. I don't want to speak, but go ahead, Joe.
Actually, I'll defer to Pat McGow if he's
exactly
able to comment on that
Mr.
item.
McGow, if you don't mind, state your full name for the record.
Okay, can you hear me now? I think I just unmuted. This is Pat McGow from Miller Canfield. Can you hear me?
Yes, Pat, we can hear you.
Mr. McGow, we can hear you clearly.
Great, thank you. So the state currently has 3 election dates in a year when it is not a presidential primary year, and that is the May election, an August primary, and the November general election. So those would be the 3 possible dates. I believe as of right now, the only city election would be then the November 2021 election date. So in theory, a special election could be called for the May date, or you could have it on an August election or a November election in 2021.
Mr. McGow, did you say in May it's considered a special, not normal, right? Is that what you just mentioned?
So May is an election date that an election can be scheduled. I don't believe the city currently has anything on that date, and whether an election occurs on that date would depend on whether any other governmental unit like the school district or somebody else had something on that date. So there is not always a May election, but it is one of the dates that can be selected in order to have an election and put a ballot proposal on the election.
Yeah, I appreciate the answer, Mr. McGaw. Any other question for Mr. McGaw or any clarification on that? Commissioner Sherman, did that clarify your answer right?
It did. Actually, it made me wonder, there was a lot of criticism that we rushed the parking deck bond to the ballot, which is exactly what's being proposed here. This is being talked about today with approving bond language next week. We have the May date. I'm not sure what the difference is from the standpoint of getting this done. I don't see a project being shovel ready between now and May. And it would seem to me that may make more sense to reacquaint the public with these projects. I'd like to be a little more acquainted with these projects in order to say, yes, go forward with them. There could be tons of research. There was tons of research on the parking deck, but it all depends. It's perception's reality, and it appears that this is being rushed through, and it doesn't seem to be like a good strategy twice in a row here. It's part of what you guys ran on.
I have a question for Mr. McGaw. I'm not sure, or maybe for Joe. I want to understand the risks involved by rushing it. If is there a risk to do it now? Is there a risk to postpone it? What are they? Is there, because of the situation dependent?
I was just going to say, I think simply stated, the issues that you're facing with regards to moving ahead in November versus waiting till May. In November, you already have a prescribed election date established. In May, as Mr. McGow indicated, if there's nothing else set up, then it would be a special election at that time, which the city would pick up the tab for that election and be responsible for managing it. To the extent that this is the only item that potentially would be on the ballot. So I think from that standpoint, that's kind of the difference, as opposed to doing it in a period where you have a prescribed election plan that you'll have other things already planned to be on the ballot.
So that's a very good clarification, Mr. Valentine. That means if we do postpone it to what Commissioner Sherman suggested, which is I do agree the reasoning behind it, though. But there's a big but here that it's going to cost taxpayer money. And am I right? And the city has to pay for that election versus now we are doing the election. It'd be part of this expenses that we're inheriting regardless. Is that what you said, kind of?
If that's the only item on the ballot.
Yeah. Well, we have to assume that's the only item.
Our city clerk has something.
The clerk has the question.
I would also consider the turnout. You're going to have a lot more people seeing the presidential November ballot versus a ballot in May of 2021 or November 2021. So more people will have input if you get it on this November. Might be a little stressful, but then more people will have the chance to see the language and have a say.
I was going to mention that, Alex. Thank you. Yes, definitely. We don't need to promote or advertise or spend much money on perception why we're doing it and explain versus it's on the ballot with the November while people go on to vote. So that's also a big plus. But I do echo Commissioner Sherman. There's very valid point why postpone it, but you're going to look at the pros and cons. I think there's a lot of cons though, as just what we heard. To postpone it. But again, I'll leave it to the commissioner here. Any other comment? I go ahead, Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, I think the question before us tonight is not whether to put it on the ballot, but whether to bring it up next week and put it on the ballot.
Good point.
And I would also just, I had a lot of arguments against the Now project, but the fact that it was rushed wasn't one of them. And I think if you were unfamiliar with all of the work that's been done up till now on this, you might think it's being rushed. But if you're familiar with all the work, you might be saying, geez, they're finally getting around to doing it. So I think it's a matter of perspective. And voters, we're going to give them that this is a legitimate thing to ask. Do we have enough time to sell this to voters? So, because, virtually none of them know about it, unless they, took part in some of these surveys quite some time ago and might be wondering what the heck's going on, and they'll be pleased to see it finally getting on the ballot. For those who were not involved, I guess that's a good question. If we decide on July 20th to put it on the ballot, is the remainder of July, all of August, September, October, 3 months, is that sufficient time to mount a successful campaign to have it approved? Either if you're, whoever's doing it, whoever's educating the public or advocating in favor of it. If I were running an advocacy campaign, I'd say that's plenty of time. We'd have to have Van Dyke Horn weigh in on whether it's sufficient time for an educational campaign.
Good comment. All right. Do we entertain a motion here? Yes, Commissioner Host?
I would like to entertain a motion to set the date of July 20, 2020 to consider approval of local ballot proposal to be presented at the November general election for a Parks and Recreation bond in support of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
Second.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Long. We have a motion by Commissioner Host and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Long. Any comment on the motion by the commissioners, please? None. Commissioner Balla?
Yeah, only that I'd like to see those. I would, and I don't know if that. I don't want to make it part of the motion, but I'd certainly like to see that number that would equate with the debt that we are retiring.
Thank you, Commissioner Balla.
And make that an alternative. Is that going to be possible?
Yeah, actually, I can tell you the aggregate number just because the finance director handed me a note here with the total number of debt coming off. It looks like the total would be about 16 million in additional capacity for the bonds that are coming off. So there's quite a substantial amount available to you.
Good. All right. See, Commissioner Balla, you ask, and all of a sudden you get your answer in seconds. Thank you, Mr. Valentine, and thank you, Mr. Gerber, for providing that answer. Any other comments on the motion, please, from the commission? Seeing none. Any comment from the public on the motion?
Mr. Bloom has his hand up.
Oh, Mr. Bloom, go ahead.
I have my hand up, but I think everything I was going to say has been said by the commissioners. So I should have lowered my hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion. No further discussion. Alex, please, would you call the roll?
Okay, Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff absent. Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you, Alex. Our next item, E, under new business, is resolution to meet in closed session to discuss attorney-client communication pursuant to Section 8 of the Open Act meeting. And I do believe we have no action to be taken there.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Is it Commissioner Nikita that moved it?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. And Commissioner Sherman seconded it. And Mr. Valentine, are we going to closed session now, or are we going to continue with the our items and come back?
We'll finish with our items and come back.
That's what I thought.
Don't we have to take a vote?
Yeah, I will. Will the clerk please take the roll call?
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent. Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes, thank you. All right. Next item is removed from consent agenda. And we do have item A, item F, G, I removed by Commissioner Baller. We'll start with item A.
Yes, and I'm glad it appears we have some time here. I'll try to get through these as quickly as I can, but I am looking for some discussion on these. The first one, with regard to the minutes, on page 6 of the Planning Board Commission joint meeting, under the lot combo review process, I thought it was odd that the minutes highlighted my comments, and my recollection was that I spoke last among the commissioners. So, as I often do, I reviewed the video on Vimeo and found that indeed most of the other commissioners had made comments. So, as I kind of feel as though they were given short shrift. I mean, I'm glad that my comments were highlighted. But and I'm not bringing this up to criticize the keeper of the minutes. I wouldn't want to do that at all. But and I don't even know if it's a problem. But I wonder if in this age of streaming videos and transcriptions that are presumably available in perpetuity online and are really the best source of what happened at a meeting, if our minutes ought to include some reference to those, so that when someone in 2 years wants to know what happened at a meeting, if they really care what happened at the meeting, they can go to the minutes and see that, oh, here on Vimeo, here's the link to that meeting's video, or boom, here's the link to the transcript of that meeting. So it's just a suggestion. And I just think it's something that we could do to keep pace with the times. And if there's a taste for discussing that right now, perhaps we could give direction to the city manager. If everybody thinks I'm, going half cocked here, just say so, and we can move on.
So Valentine, Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
You were going where I was going.
Yeah.
I was asked the city manager.
Yes.
I believe that there's certain guidelines to what the minutes are supposed to be, and they're not supposed to be an exact record of everything. That's not the intent. So I think this goes to the intent of the minutes. What's appropriate? What do we historically do? And all of that. And I guess that's a question more for legalities. Maybe Mr. Courier factor in, or the city clerk. I guess it's a bigger question. I understand the technology that we have today is a little different than what we've had in the past. So there's other potential situations, but I would move toward adhering to recommended procedures relative to the standards that are set by way of city clerks and the process in general. So I would defer in that regard. If you wanted to embellish that, that's my thought.
I'd be happy to, and thank you. Fundamentally, what's required under the Open Meetings Act for these minutes is effectively the motion maker and the vote. The rest of this is all subjective based on what you feel comfortable with putting into those minutes. This community is taking the approach that over time, more is better, and you have more of a transcription of the meeting than actual minutes of the motions and what was advanced, which is what you're required to record in the minutes. With technology, I would agree there's an opportunity here to lessen the amount of labor-intensive work that we have people doing that we're paying them for to retype minutes, when we could leverage audio and technology for that component of it and still meet our obligations under the Open Meetings Act for minutes. So to the extent you're comfortable with that, I would be more than happy to explore that with you and try to find ways we can maybe shift that balance a little bit, have the minutes become more in line with what's required, and then supplement that with technology in terms of the actual videos that has the full transcription, the whole video that people can go and watch. So, we can come back to you with some recommendations on how to achieve that if that's something that you'd be comfortable with.
Commissioner Sherman.
An issue I was hoping to bring up during commissioner comments was these minutes appear to be so much more detailed than we've been seeing, to the point where there are things that are almost verbatim to what was said. And that isn't how we used to do minutes. So we've kind of gone over to this other side. And if this would allow us to bring it back where our staff is not spending the same amount of time, then that would be great.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Long.
I think that the idea of linking to a transcript, which is being produced as part of these Zoom meetings, is a good idea, because that would be available in perpetuity. My concern about linking to a video is the kind of erratic availability that those have on Vimeo. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're there not right away. Sometimes they disappear. For example, for Parks and Rec, they're being filmed, but they're not on. They haven't been on Vimeo in months. So I think that would be an excellent alternative if we had better digital hygiene about making those resources available for some set period of time.
Commissioner Sherman.
And with all these comments, and I do appreciate wanting to do this, this is a consent agenda. This is to approve a particular item. And if there are changes to the minutes, that's when we bring that up. The topic is important and should be brought up during commissioner comments, not here. And so the question is moving the minutes and then having that conversation if there's other conversations similar to these in the appropriate time.
We've already started the conversation.
Exactly. I'm just saying, finish the conversation.
Yeah, that's
from a point of order. This isn't the place to do it.
I'd be very interested in hearing what our clerk has to say about it. If she, I mean, this is her profession, her job.
So everything that I've learned and read is that the minutes should be the action, not the verbatim details. So I've even been, speaking with Cheryl and Berna at times when it seems like we're getting too word for word, too verbatim. Is there a way to summarize it? Can we make it a little shorter? Because it gets tricky when you're doing that verbatim. So I would like to get back to more of the action that's happening in the minutes instead of, the word for word story, as it's other clerks too in different conferences when they, give teaching and coaching on minutes. They're always saying, don't go word for word, really work towards just stating what happened, not what was said. So that is recommended, and that would be a lot less labor intensive for Verna and some of the other girls that help with transcribing the minutes. And then, while this discussion was happening, I was even thinking we could timestamp parts of the video to when this discussion occurred, which would be very helpful, because I used to do that when I would transcribe minutes for other jurisdictions. I would make timestamps so I can go back and replay things when I need to. So we can look at how we can use the technology to make the minutes more user-friendly so that you have the action in front of you on print, and then you can dig deeper if you want to and be pointed in the right direction quickly.
Thank you. I think we're all speaking the same language. Commissioner Baller, please let's not turn it into a resolution item. As Commissioner Sherman said, your comment is very well taken, though. This is an important subject. I appreciate Mr. Valentine and Ms. Bingham for the comments, too. I think, yes, we do want the action versus every verbatim word that I say or some other commissioner. When you want to dig in more for support, it's there for you. That's the directions we're all really agreeing on. Mr. Valentine, thank you for, would like you to get back with us with exactly what you stated earlier, with the options and so forth, and how can we proceed. Would that satisfy your, is that all what you have?
I will move the resolution. I'm not sure where it was.
Item 8 to approve the minutes for
right.
City Commission and Planning Board meeting.
There we go. Yes, that's it.
Of June 15, 2020.
Minutes of June 15, 2020.
Okay.
Second.
And it's seconded by Commissioner Nikita. We move on to item F.
You need a vote.
Oh, sure. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent. Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Mayor Beatrice?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Bingham. We move to second item was pulled, item F by Commissioner Baller also.
Yes, this is about both items F and G, so we'll kill two birds with one stone. As you know, I asked the city manager earlier today to provide his reports the last time these committees were extended, and he graciously did so. And if you look at them carefully, there's not much difference. The expectations that were set in the previous extension were the same as the expectations are set today, with the difference being that more than a year has passed. So I think it's my sense that these committees are behind in their work, not necessarily because the committee members don't want to do the work, but because they're largely at the mercy of the administration to call meetings and provide the necessary support. And unfortunately, we've reached a point where members of the committees and the community, and I think some members of the commission, are frustrated with the pace. And I think it's an appropriate time to discuss this, since we're being asked to extend the terms of these two committees that many of us would have wrapped up their work a long time ago. So I wonder if there are maybe some systemic issues that need to be addressed, and rather than just summarily extending their terms, I think we should discuss it. I'm not 100% sure what the problem is, and I definitely don't want to appear unappreciative of the time and effort and direction that the administration and the volunteers who are on these committees devote. But like I said, I think we might have some systemic issues. And two that come to mind as possibilities might be the degree of autonomy that these boards have or don't have, and the extent to which they are or are not held accountable. As far as autonomy goes, I think the ability of one of these boards or both these boards within reason to call their own meetings if necessary might be one aspect of autonomy. If a committee goes 6 months without a meeting and the members are antsy, they ought to feel entitled to stand up and say, hey, why don't we get together and get things rolling? They also ought to be able to contribute to the setting of their agendas. And I don't think it's unreasonable that they permitted within reason and with oversight by us to direct staff, as they frequently do. As far as oversight goes, I think we kind of already have that in place, but we just don't use it. We appoint commissioners to these committees, and I think that one of the commissioners' duties, which is not explicit now, but maybe ought to be explicit, is that commissioner who is appointed to that committee ought to provide the oversight for us and kind of be the driver of the work. So, I mean, I'm not even sure which commissioners are sitting on these two committees, but I would say, we need to hold them more accountable, and whether that's holding the committee accountable or holding the administration accountable or holding yourself accountable because you're on the committee, it really doesn't matter. It's just like something's busted here. So again, I would ask you to maybe consider talking about this briefly. I've said all I need to say.
You're moving faster than I expected, Commissioner Waller. I appreciate you. Mayor Pro Tem Lung, did you have something to say?
I actually think that this would be an excellent topic for a workshop session also. I agree with many of Commissioner Baller's concerns. I think that as a member of the commission, I would certainly appreciate having commissioners who sit on committee meetings provide regular updates to the commission about the work of those committees. That was a practice we had on the Parks and Rec Board, that all of the subcommittees and ad hoc committees reported regularly to the rest of the board at the regular meetings about what they were deliberating upon. And I think I would be comfortable empowering committees with whatever they need in order to conduct the work they've been assigned to do. Cognizant of Commissioner Sherman's comments, this is probably not the time or place for the full discussion, but I would like to ask that we have this discussion at a later date at an appropriate time. And I would suggest that a workshop reviewing how these ad hoc committees and boards work might be appropriate.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Long. Are you referring to, in general, Mayor Pro Tem, on a workshop to add for any committee, not just the specific two?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Comments?
if I may,
Yes.
just
Yes.
getting back to that, I think we have a couple of specific items on the agenda this evening. And the first one is item F, which was the Ad hoc Unimproved Streets Study Committee that we're looking for an extension through December of 2020.
Correct.
And let me just go back to the beginning of the creation of this committee, because when we created that, it was with the intention that we would be studying this internally. And I set forth a date in the resolution that I created with an expectation that that was reasonable, and that was not. So I'll fall on my sword and take, the barbs that are going to come, because I overestimated how much work we could get done in a short period of time, given that the scope that we laid out was all internally driven. There was a lot of education that needed to be done to educate the committee. There was information that had to be pulled together to provide to the committee. That takes staff time. A lot of this was driven through our engineering department, which at the time was consumed with preparing the plans for Maple Road for this year. So there's a lot of reasons why we're in the situation we're in. We also had a project that we were undertaking last year that absorbed in a large amount of staff time. So looking back, there's a lot of reasons why we're in the situation we're in. But in regard to this specific committee, the amount of work that has gone into trying to pull this information together, and one of the most recent projects that was undertaken for this was creating an entirely new capital improvement plan to incorporate all these streets into a schedule for the city to move forward, and figuring out how they would do this in a time frame and in a cost structure that would allow this to move forward. That doesn't happen overnight. That was a considerable amount of time that took months for staff to put together out of the blue. In hindsight, we probably should have contracted this out and brought in a separate firm to do this work, but we're not there. We're at the end now, and we've done a lot of this work ourselves. So there's a lot of variables as to why we got here and how we got here. With regard to the internal process of how the committees report to the commission, I think that's a separate discussion. But just in terms of how this process got to where we're at, there's a lot of reasons why we're here. And fundamentally, the reason we've extended it now twice is because my intention setting this up is that we would be done a lot quicker than we were, and underestimating how much time it would take just to appoint the members of the committee to the committee, which was multiple months. So, hindsight's always 20/20. But I can tell you where we're at right now is finalizing the report and intending to bring that back to the commission by the end of this year, so that we can advance with a recommendation for your consideration. Thank you.
Also, just to add, I'll give you the floor in 1 second, Mr. Sherman. Commissioner Sherman, if you may allow me. Not to give excuses, I sit on one of those boards. Let's not forget the unprecedented time we went through. This also delayed us. Not to say, we could have pushed harder. Yes, we could. Look how we're doing our meeting right now via Zoom. I never expected to do as a mayor a Zoom meeting. And this is really a unique time that we went. Not to say it's not an excuse, it's not a defense, but yes, to echo Mr. Valentine's many reasons we've been delayed for. We were really eager to push this as fast as we wanted to be. We wanted to go fast. Unfortunately, we couldn't for the reasons that Mr. Valentine had mentioned. Could we have done a better job? Maybe we could. I personally promise that as a city commissioner, I don't want to sit on a committee that I can't be an added value to the committee, whether pushing the time to meet, whether to make a difference somehow. Otherwise, as also Mr. Valentine mentioned, it takes time to get members to form a committee, the right members. And we need to make sure moving forward, as we always take things very, we think about how we move to appoint members. And we need to make sure that these people are committed these people have the time, have the sources, and they can add a value to a situation like this where we're not moving as fast as we want to. But Commissioner Sherman, I'll give you the floor, please.
Yeah, I was just going to add that, part of the Unimproved Streets Committee, the committee actually did direct a number of the issues that were discussed and then incorporated into the report. So where staff had presented information, the committee then picked up on that information and asked for additional information, which forced staff to go back out and gather other things, adding more time to this, which is what we wanted. We wanted the best possible solution, and that was what the committee set out to do. It does take time. Is it taking longer than anyone wanted? Yeah, it definitely is. Are we going to have a good product out of it? I think we will. And I think that the wait will be worth it, but I don't think I would sit here pointing fingers at any one or two things. I don't think there's really, I don't think it's really a situation of blame. I think it's a situation that the scope of the project was far greater than anyone anticipated in order to do the job that needed to be done. And I think the same issue is coming up on the Joint Senior Services Committee. You have a number of communities that have to all be on board. People don't all come on board at the same time. It just doesn't happen that way. And you start with one community and then you go to the second and the third and the fourth. It's just how it works because people, there's a rate of adoption. And I think you have to accept that it's not going to happen as quickly or as smoothly as you might like. But in the end, what's your product?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I hope, I don't believe Commissioner Baller intention is to blame or point fingers. I hope that's not his intention. I believe his intention was curious if we have any systemic issues, if we can change things to be improved in the future. Unless I misunderstood you, Commissioner Baller, was that your intention?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So
if there's a sense that there's some systemic issues, let's deal with them. If there's not, and it's something else, I have my opinion that there may be systemic issues. That's all. So I mean, and it takes a certain amount of fortitude to maybe if there are, to admit, to just admit that and deal with it. But we can leave that to another time. I mean, I think I understand where, I mean, not every commissioner has spoken up on this, but we have more workshops, more topics than we have workshops right now to cover. I just throw it out there, and if let's say over the next couple of years we appoint another ad hoc committee and think they're going to be done by the end of the year, and then we end up having to renew their charter twice, then we'll know that there's something.
I believe the good thing, Commissioner Baller, coming out of this, that you've given us wonderful ideas for workshops, and I appreciate you guys.
Right. So I will move the resolution F, extending the term of the ad hoc unimproved streets committee study committee through December 2020. And I don't know my Robert's rules well enough. Can we vote on two at the same time? No. Okay. I'll move that one. Do I hear a second?
Second, Commissioner Sherman. And any comment from the commission? Discussion? Public? See none?
No. Paul Reagan.
Oh, there is? Okay. I don't see it.
This is on the Unimproved Streets Committee.
Yes, I see your hand, Mr. Reagan. Go ahead. Please state your name for the record and go ahead with your comment on the motion.
Can you turn that down? Yeah, Paul Reagan. Commissioner Baller's comments are particularly relevant. Not only the unimproved streets, but there are other committees that, whether they're ad hoc or standing committees, have spent years on topics with no work product. And these are extremely typically competent people whose time and whose efforts perhaps are going unappreciated. But I want to echo the characterization of systemic problems, but it's more than systemic. There's something very broken in the committee process that the city uses because we're highly reliant on these committees to produce work. We really need to examine why we're accepting 2 and 3 years of no work product as normal. And it, in my mind, is not a lack of commitment by volunteers. It's the process we're using is very broken. It threatens the credibility of the government.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Reagan.
Yes.
Any other public comment on the motion? Do you see any hand, Alex? I don't. All right, good. I'll bring it back to the commission. Will the clerk please take the roll call?
Mr. Ballard.
Me?
Mr. Ballard, yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Sherman.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Mr. Nikita.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Law.
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent. Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, Alex. And now you can move item G, please, Commissioner Ballard.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll move item G, resolution extending the term of the Ad hoc Joint Senior Services Committee through December 31st, 2020.
Seconded by Commissioner Host. Any comment on the motion by the commission? None? Any comment by the public on the motion? I see none. I'll bring it back. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yeah. Commissioner Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent. Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita.
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, Alex. Last item pulled, item I by Commissioner Ball.
Yes. I feel like we would be remiss if someone didn't pull this one. We're spending $52,000 on chemicals for the golf courses. I know there are plenty of people in the community who are concerned about this. I took about an hour on Sunday morning and started looking these up and putting them in a spreadsheet, and I just got tired of doing it because there are a few of them in here that are pretty benign, but most of them are pretty toxic. They're either toxic to people or to terrestrial or aquatic animals, to the environment. They leach into the water. I'm quite certain that we use best practices with these. I'm sure we're doing things in a fiscally reasonable way, but part of me says that there's got to be something more we can do here. Three of them kill honeybees at a crazy. I mean, there's probably no honeybees on any of our golf courses because these things are like the most toxic thing imaginable to honeybees, and we got bee issues in the world. And so, what I'm thinking is that there might be some outside the box thinking here. I'm sure you've looked into organics. Sometimes it's not stopping what you're doing, but maybe compensating for what you're doing. Maybe we ought to be growing some honeybees. I looked up, there's actually a book, Beekeeping for Dummies. So it can't be that hard. And I wonder if I already sent an email to Aaron Frank at Seahome to see if the golf team might be interested in teaming up with some science students to grow some honeybees. raise honeybees at the golf courses. But, you know, I'd like to think we're leaders, and we're definitely leaders in that we're a community of whatever 6 square miles and 20,000 people that happen to have 2 9-hole golf courses. So we're leaders in providing beautiful golf courses to a small community, and I'm sure we're leaders in the application of toxic chemicals to them. And I don't know what we do. Again, I'm just opening it up for discussion before I give my yay to spending another $52,000 on toxic chemicals. I'd sure like to hear some discussion of and some outside the box thinking on how we can be leaders in mitigating the toxicity.
I believe we have our director of DPS, Lauren Wood, with us. And will Ms. Wood please elaborate a little bit on best practice or fiscally responsibly financial reasons, or any of the comments, please, that Commissioner Baller, I'm not sure if we're going to go too deep into killing home bees or raising home bees, but go ahead. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Boutros, commissioners. Yes, Commissioner Baller, I do appreciate the comments, and we definitely are trying to use sustainable products, natural products. One of the vendors, one of our 3 vendors that we're asking for recommendation tonight provides a lot of organic products. We have our golf superintendent, Brian Grill, is our certified pesticide applicator, licensed for this. I had a chat with him again about the products. This list is not all, we don't buy product unless we anticipate needing it. We try to be, we do attempt to, and we don't buy all these products, by the way. It is more of a list of pricing. So we bid it, we have prices, and we have it available to us. Our goal obviously is to reduce or limit exposure to pesticides for the bees. In fact, I think the insecticides that would kill the bees, of course, are used for grubs. We haven't even treated grubs yet, and what we do with the application of those 2, Commissioner, we actually technically treat that during the rain event when there's water. So the the insecticide goes right down into the ground. It doesn't sit on top, and the bees don't grab it. And we don't use that on any of our plants or our flowers or any of that nature. I did put in the report, I did put in the report too that we do adhere to what they call integrated pest management practices. And that's not only economical strategies, but as least disruptive to the environment as possible. But I don't disagree with you. We always try to evolve with new practices, new procedures. And I will challenge Brian to pursue more out of the box thinking with pertaining to this. And the pricing, strictly as I mentioned, is for a variety, so we at least have some available. But he looks at the weather, the conditions. Some years we don't need any of these products, or we use very few of them. But obviously, to be a good, beautiful golf course that we have, both golf courses, Springdale and Lincoln, we want to be prepared to have this to be able to make the greens look good and the grounds look good. But we have evolved over years. I don't know if you all remember a few years ago, we stopped using glyphosate. We tried to do more natural treatment. We actually are weeding, pulling the weeds out rather than treating the weeds. So we are aggressive enough to take some approaches to pursue some innovative ideas.
So, may I?
Go ahead, Commissioner Baller.
This was unclear to me. Are you saying we're not buying this much? We're just authorizing you to purchase this much if needed?
Yes. Well, we'd spend under $50,000 a year to stock, to have stock available. These are the 3 vendors that we like to buy from because it depends on what product we need, how fast we need it. So that you're giving us the flexibility and the latitude to pick the best product and buy it from the best vendor.
All right, let's put it this way. How much did you spend on this stuff last year?
Let me see. We don't exceed 52. I think we were around 44,000 last season. Our calendar year is our season.
So you might have been authorized for 52 last year, but only spent 44.
That's my recollection. Yes. So we don't buy just to buy. We buy based on need and availability and what we need to go after.
Okay. I understand and trust what you're doing, Ms. Wood. And that's not, I mean, as much as I appreciate your report, that wasn't the point of my bringing this up. My point was to encourage some outside the box thinking, or if not on the part of the commission, let the commission cogitate on the possibility of finding someone else who can think outside the box here. And again, lead on this as much as possible, given that we are a leader in the acreage devoted to golf courses. Let's lead on the mitigation of the toxicity that we're dealing with. So that's it. Again, I'm more interested in hearing from other commissioners, or we can just move along.
Thank you. Understood.
Commissioner Host, please go ahead.
Yeah, I feel obligated to say something because in the 1980s, I was on the PGA Advisory Board for Michigan, and the superintendent's group, which is based in Lansing, they meet at least twice a year formally, and they meet informally. And I like to think everything that Commissioner Baller has said is part of their discussion as they move forward. They are all truly agronomists, and the only thing I honed in on, Lauren's sounding like an agronomist. They try to do these volatile chemicals with relation to the weather that's going to come. So as Lauren was nice enough to point out, you put down the pesticide and it rains and goes into the ground so that the bees don't have an opportunity to pick it up, for instance. But I like to think, having been with that group for close to 10 years, that they are thinking green, and it's not only because they're out of Lansing.
Mayor Pro Tem Long, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Buchos. I would just like to mention that the use of pesticides is not an infrequent topic at the Parks and Rec Board when I was a member. That members of the Parks and Rec Board and of the community frequently appear and discuss concerns about use of pesticides, not only at the golf courses, but on area parks, especially those that are contingent to water. And that this would be an excellent topic to have the Parks and Rec Board Golf Subcommittee look at once again.
Thank you for your comment, Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Nikita, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just would add that over the years, we've had this conversation a number of times. There's been comments from the public, interaction from the public, as well as other concerns from commissioners and some other members of the community. I think we've been pretty diligent at looking at alternatives to toxic processes, whatever they happen to be. I know that we've tried organic in a number of cases and found them to be problematic for one reason or another. This isn't out of ignoring the issue or just basically avoiding the potential for doing a better job. And I think there are a lot of things to consider, and I think that Lauren and her staff have been pretty diligent at working at it. I think the message has consistently over the years been pretty clear, and it continues today, obviously. that we want to proceed with the best possible way to govern the environment in a proper way. Obviously, we're very concerned about our community, and we're concerned about any of these things because, than they are in the past. They have been in the past. So, I think the message is very clear, and wherever possible, Lauren and staff, I think, have looked at this, and I would continue to encourage, and I would assume that you, Lauren, will and do continue to look at alternatives and new, and keep up on new products and some of the suppliers that we have to get the best practices that we could possibly do. So I think it's a balancing act, and it's not always perfect, but I know that you have an attentive thought on this, and a staff that takes this very seriously.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Yeah, I think just conclude Commissioner comments.
Yeah, I will move the resolution. Fair enough.
Yes, it's fair enough. And seconded by Commissioner Host. Lauren, thank you, and thank you all the staff at DPS. And I believe I want to echo Commissioner Nikita's comment. Really, I've been on that commissioner for quite some years now, and I do recall we bring that subject a couple times, actually more than a couple times. And I just want to assure Commissioner Waller, he's right on. I do agree with every concern you had, Commissioner Waller, but I could assure you, as Commissioner Nikita stated, our city staff are doing their best to accommodate and do the right thing and govern a great, healthy ground for our community. And the least we want to do here is kill our bees. And I hope we can turn everything into natural product, but unfortunately, our hands are tight with the effect of these natural products, organic, I should say. But as Lauren assured us, yes, we're using the least we could. And I hope that we're not using it just for fiscal reasons to cause more harm, and just to assure the public and Commissioner Baller that that's not the intention at all, and we're using as the least we could of these products. And thank you for clarifying that, Lauren, of why we approved the money. That doesn't mean we use all the product for the purpose. Thank you so much. Any comments from the public on the motion? I see none. Back to Commissioner discussion. None. Will the clerk please call the roll call?
Commissioner Baller?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff is absent. Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Boudreaux?
All right. With that, we go on. Get my papers here together. That will conclude our remove from consent agenda. And now we go to communications. We had received a communication and a letter from Mrs. Coco Seward about some parliamentary procedure. And we also received a letter from Mr. Wolf, well noted. Also, we received a petition letter from Mrs. Bongiorno. I just want to make sure they all know that it's well, we received their notes and their communication, and we will definitely take into consideration their interest or their concern or their questions. Commissioners, now we go to open to the public for matters not on the agenda. That's for the public. Do we have any public? Yes, we have two people. Mr. Dan Hagan. Please state your name and spell it for our records and your address. Mr. Hagan, you are muted still. Here we go.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you. My name is Dan Haugen. My address is 1694 East Mountain Road. I was actually supposed to be on the agenda at the beginning of the meeting for reconsideration for my role on the museum board. And I had a meeting earlier that ran a little longer than expected. I was wondering if the board could reconsider my reinstatement on the board.
Mr. Hagan, let me see. Oh, Dan. Yeah, are you, excuse me, what was your question again or comment?
My term on the museum board is in peril of lapsing, and I submitted the appropriate paperwork to the clerk to be reinstated on my board position for another term.
We did receive that, and we nominated you, and you're appointed.
Oh, perfect. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, and Mr. Hagan, we appreciate your interest in continuing to sit on a board and make a difference in our community. And our clerk will contact you to she'll follow up with you to for you to take the oath.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, have a wonderful evening. Would that conclude your comment?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thanks. You too.
Yep. Let me see. Any other hands from the public for matters on the agenda? Mr. Bloom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the commission for moving public comments back to the front of the meeting. Secondly, I would like to ask the city to look into and consider getting larger size tables for Shane Park that are more conducive to social distancing. The little tables there are more intimate, but it would be nice to be able to have the table and sit farther apart from someone else to be able to use the park. The next item is I would like to ask for a public agenda item and an upcoming meeting to review the market data that was used as a basis for modifying Mr. Valentine's contract with the city, specifically his severance arrangement. And finally, I would like to ask for an agenda item in an upcoming meeting to review bidding out services and hiring a new city attorney to replace Mr. Courier, given the horrible legal advice and costly legal advice that he gave to Birmingham last summer. Thank you.
Mr. Bloom, I appreciate your comment. I do want to mention something to you. I always respected the time of the public and comment of the public, but I do want to mention, please do not personally attack any city staff, any contractor, as I do want to show some respect to our city manager, regardless of how you see him doing the job, whether in your opinion he's doing a good job or not.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, thanks. So,
if you don't mind,
I appreciate your comments. I do not believe and I do not intend to attack Mr. Valentine. I asked for a review of the information used.
No, I got that. I did not mention Mr. Valentine. It's just you.
Mr. Courier, I did not say anything about him personally. I talked about the advice that he gave.
I appreciate your comment.
I don't want to comment negatively about Mr. Courier. The advice that he gave is a different matter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your comment. With that, any other public comment? Not for matters not on the agenda. All right. Reports, commissioner reports. Notice of intent to appoint to the advisory parking committee. And we have next commissioner comments. Any comment? Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Boutros. I would just like to formally ask that the letter from Ms. Bongiorno asking about the opportunity to create a new park next to Fire Station number 2 be formally referred to the Parks and Rec Board for their study, consideration, reporting, so that that idea can have a fair hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Long. Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Baller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of issues tonight that are going to require civic engagement. And as many of you, all of you know, I'm a proponent of modern methods of civic engagement. And what I'd like to do is get some consensus on direction for the city manager to investigate, evaluate several civic engagement platforms and come back to us with some information about them, what he thinks is appropriate for Birmingham, the costs, how we might implement them. I have, over the past few months, referred to Bang the Table as one because I like the name, but there's others include Citizen Lab, MetroQuest, Civil Space, Mind Mixer, Thought Exchange, Othello, and PlaceSpeak, among others. I have the names and links to these. I'm happy to share them with the administration or any other commissioners. I can do this as a motion, or I can just ask for some consensus. I think it completely makes sense as we go ahead with designs for some of these park improvements. Talk about senior centers, or we just have a whole raft of things that are going to require civic engagement. So you guys tell me if this is something that requires a motion, or we can just get consensus to start working on this.
Commissioner Nikita.
I'd rather not go down the path of a motion, since I think that's an appropriate place in this dialogue and shouldn't be done. But I'll concur with Commissioner Baller in the fact that the process of public engagement has evolved consistently and considerably over the last 5 to 10 years. Actually, we've used Mind Mixer. I think that's a group that I've been involved with in the past. I know of them. I've known about them for at least 5 years. I forget how long it goes. In my work, where I have to do a lot of public engagement on urban design master planning projects that I work on, in some cases multiple communities and large scale planning initiatives, the technology and the process of engaging the public has evolved dramatically in the last couple of years. And now, given the last few months, it's evolved in an incredible speed, given the COVID situation. Many of my firm and many of my colleagues around the country are now engaging in complete virtual interaction with the public. It's becoming, a requirement given the COVID situation, or projects can't proceed. So I would say that it's surely, knowing that we are relatively, I think, on the forefront of a lot of things in terms of planning and implementation. We have been for many years, and I think we're looked at as a model for those things, and have been. That I would say that it's worthy of taking a look at what might be able to be incorporated into our way of engaging the public beyond what we've done in the past, and incorporating some of the technology, which includes apps and all kinds of new approaches. So that may be something that'll probably take a bit of some work from city manager and staff, but I think it's worthy as a way of making sure that we are at the top of the standards of today, and look at some other communities that may have already been in front of us, particularly communities that are engaging in like we are in a master planning process or what have you, because I think those are areas those are the kind of communities and the circumstances that have actually been on the forefront of some of these issues. So I would say that's a worthwhile effort, and then we'll see where it goes.
Thank you for your comment, Commissioner Nikita. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
I concur also that this is a timely and worthy topic of study that could help to unify the community and give people appropriate venues for commenting that they currently lack.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Host.
If you're looking for consensus, I agree with the other three commissioners' comments.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Host.
As do I.
Yeah, thank you. Allow me to make a tonight is we're in the midst of a discussion where Commissioner Baller had asked, do I make a motion or do I just move forward with consensus? I do suggest, again, I would like a consensus from my fellow commissioners. Also, moving forward, I do believe we need some healthy directions on, because we had, for the first time that I've witnessed myself, a motion had been triggered by Commissioner Baller in the last meeting during Commissioner comment to put an item on the agenda. We had clarified that yes, it could be done. That's not something that he, out of I should say, legally could be done. The question that I have for my fellow commissioners is we need to come to a consensus. Yes, we know it's legally could be done, but is that how we're going to keep doing business? Or exactly what just happened right now? In a very democratic way, should we get a consensus? More to really clarify what path are we moving forward? Because I believe it's unclear to me right now. As a mayor, I'm confused how to deal with the commissioner comments myself. Do I take a motion to put something on the agenda? Is it or consensus? Well, Commissioner Sherman would like it this way. Mayor Pro Tem like it that way. And understand, I believe we need a further discussion, knowing what we faced and how are we moving forward. Do we need to continue this commission under commission comment to make a motion, or do we just get consensus or whatever other suggestion you may have? But please, I do like that you guys give it a thought and move forward with this, with knowing exactly how we're going to move forward. And maybe also I suggest we can have a meeting. Also, we have our wonderful Mrs. Coco Stewart, as she's very knowledgeable about the subject. Maybe she can also advise us how to move forward. And it's just a suggestion that I throw out there if she's willing to help us with this decision. Mr. Courier, you have hands. Go ahead. Our attorney, Mr. Tim Courier. We need to unmute him.
Procedurally, you can just say, unless there's an objection, you're going to refer it to the planning board or refer it to the Parks and Rec board.
Unless there's excuse me?
Unless there is an objection, you can refer it, that you're going to refer it to the planning board. That would be direction.
Got it.
To the Parks and Rec board, excuse me.
Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, I think there are a variety of situations. The one I just brought up was pretty simple. And I think the direction was clear. I hope the direction was clear. I frankly think that best practice would be to use the motions because the clarity is there. They're thorough. They're explicit. And all I do is point to the last meeting, and I don't want to dredge up stuff, but Commissioner Sherman made some comments last week that were deemed to have been direction by two other commissioners and the city manager. And when Commissioner Host made a motion that was very explicit, it differed significantly from what Commissioner Sherman had said. And it got discussion. Commissioner Sherman's comment did not get discussion. So I fear that there may be that people's comments may be misconstrued, that one commissioner's opinions may be construed as direction. And in a conversation today with somebody who's sitting here, he expressed a preference for more explicit and more clear direction, if that's possible. If it's a choice between vague and unclear and very clear and explicit, I think our city manager would prefer the latter. I think the question might be, when is it appropriate to bring these matters up? And when I talked to Ms. Seward, she said either at commissioner comments or at the end of new business would be customary. And I think that is that. I don't want to speak for Joe, Mr. Valentine, but I think that he expressed to me his concern wasn't so much whether we use motions, but where it's appropriate to do so. I do not see. I don't whether we all get along and are great friends and have a terrific collegial atmosphere, or we're at each other's throats. Doesn't matter. To me, best practice is to use motions to give explicit direction.
Thank you.
That's how I feel about it.
I want clarity. That's your side of the story, and I'm not saying you're right or wrong, and you could be right. And you could be right in a sense that's the right way to do it, the best clean way. And you could be completely wrong. I would love to hear it from an expert. I'd like to hear the rest of the fellow commission. We don't have to discuss it right at this moment, but I would like to have a clarity, because I don't want surprises. I don't want one person do it this way, the other person that way. And I would like to hear more comment. Go ahead, Commissioner Sherman.
I would agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I think it would be beneficial to have Coco actually come in. She indicated in her correspondence that she'd be absolutely willing to do that and give us a little bit of guidance as to best practices as far as motions in commissioner comments or in other places. It's fine to report what she says. It's better to hear it directly from her.
Yeah, would like to hear her expertise.
I'd like to hear her, if we could put that on a future agenda, if we could get her to come and have a little talk. I remember a number of years ago, she used to do a class on parliamentary procedure, and the ethics board did also one on ethics at the same time. It was like a 2-hour session. We invited all board members, commissioners, anyone who's appointed to and city staff to gather information and learn. So it's been a number of years. It may be time to do that again. Now, it would be a little more difficult. We'd have to do it right now on Zoom, but it could be done.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Let's get more feedback from other commissioners. Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I won't say more than I absolutely concur with that. We have an expert who's offered to help us. She's an expert in a lot of things. She's been mayor, has sit on this commission for many years. So I would absolutely like to hear directly from her the details of what not only are best practices, but what the city has done for many years and the reasoning behind it. which I think that there's a lot that we can gather from that. So I would say it would be worthwhile to have that on an upcoming agenda and have this dialogue and have some clarity as to precedent and procedure and logical approaches to dealing with some of these issues. And I'm fully comfortable with doing that, and I think that would be better as a basis for us to proceed with.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. I hope, again, I don't believe any commissioner would object to her advice. I just hope she's available for us, that's all. But I would like to also hear Commissioner Host or Commissioner Long just to get more support of the idea. Are we all on the same page? Commissioner Host, go ahead.
Well, I was kind of surprised we didn't mention how nice Coco's letter was and inviting she was. The notion is we should take advantage of her expertise. The same way, is there enough clarity on the original thing that Commissioner Ballard said that we should look into? How can we engage our public better? Online, etc. That whole topic is something that we need to really be exploring, because I don't think our public is engaged, particularly on the 2040 plan. And the fact that we're going slowly is best practices.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner Host. You're talking about the civic engagement, right?
Yes. Does the city manager feel that there was
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. I have attended the class Commissioner Sherman referred to in the past, and it was most useful, and I would certainly recommend that we take that again. And I think that even beyond the advice of the parliamentarian, it is a worthwhile discussion to have to talk about the difference between, parliamentary procedure and what Commissioner Nikita likes, to refer to for precedent. At the last meeting, when our attorney, Mary Kucharik, was asked this question, she said that there is a difference between a motion and an agreement, and reminded us that a commission speaks as a collective body through its motions and votes. So I think we should all, have this discussion, have the parliamentarian, Ms. Seward, come in and speak to us, and then agree as a body how we'd like to move forward.
Thank you. Well said. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's good. I think it's a clear directions, Mr. Valentine, and hopefully we'll get Ms. Siebert first interest if she's interested in helping us. If not, we'll go to plan B. Maybe we'll just do it among each other. Is that clear? Yeah. Commissioner Ballard, you got something else to say?
Just real quick. I think one of the keys to good communication is to try to reflect back to the person or people who are talking to you and let them know what you heard them say. Because sometimes we hear what we want to hear, not what, or we miss some words, or there's some miscommunication. And so in these instances, when there is not clear, explicit written direction that can be relied upon, it would completely make sense for whoever is taking the direction to kind of say, a little more than, yeah, I get it, I'll do it, or, whatever, to actually reflect back to the commission on what you understand to be the direction that you have been given. Does that make sense? So that there's no misunderstandings. And that's kind of, I think that the example tonight was pretty clear. I'm not sure it would be necessary there, but to Commissioner Host's point, did you really, what is it, Joe, that you took to be the direction? Just so we're really clear.
Yeah, I think we're all clear.
Well, no, I mean, I'm serious. I think that it makes sense to make sure to be clear, for him to articulate what it was he heard us say. If you don't want to put it in a motion, then I think that that's sort of a necessary step.
And we'll go ahead.
So I'm glad to do that. So let's do that so we can move on. I think we've had a lot of discussion on this, and I think it is clear, and I think it's in the record. But for purposes of clarity, the intention for tonight, based on the commissioner's comments, was one, to refer the letter from Ms. Buongiorno to the Parks and Recreation Board, so they have the opportunity to review her request and then come back to the commission with a recommendation. Secondly, to explore different technology opportunities for public engagement, which runs the gamut. There's a lot of opportunity there. I would agree. Things have advanced exponentially in the last several years. There's a lot of opportunity there. So that's the second item that I think was directed toward the administration. And lastly, the idea that we would contact Coco Seward and have her provide some dates that she could come and talk to the commission about parliamentary procedure and best practices. So those are the takeaways that I've taken from the last 20 minutes of conversation. So if I've interpreted something incorrectly, please let me know, but that's my intention in terms of going forward.
Thank you. I think thumbs up for all the commissioners. I don't see any objection. Thank you, Mr. Valentine. We're clear.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes. Commissioner Host, more comments?
Are we back to commissioner comments, or
Go ahead.
Would somebody else want to continue?
We're still on commissioner comments.
Okay. The first thing I want to report and thank you for having me on the Ad Hoc Joint Senior Services Committee. We're meeting at the end of this month, and hopefully we'll have the legal agreement worked out. I'll keep you informed. If you saw the Birmingham Eccentric this past Sunday, the lead article was about neighbors Richard and Trish Hernyson, who had two bassoonists in front of their house on Chesterfield on a Wednesday evening. And approximately, according to the article, 60 people showed up. The fact that we're all housebound, I certainly think anything that brings neighborhoods together, whether it's music or games or some kind of gathering, helps ease the tension of the isolation. And I would hope that staff would encourage neighborhoods to do similar things, or individuals to do things that might make everyone feel a little more connected, like the Hernysons were able to do on their own. Thirdly, and I would like to ask our city manager for when was the last time we had RFPs on the annual audit, secondly, the pension fund, and thirdly, our legal services. I would like to know when those RFPs went out, and then we can move from there to discuss when we should have these RFPs put out. And my point would be the sooner the better. But I would just like to have that information, please, to base sooner the better on. And lastly, what's interesting tonight is we've talked about some workshops. We talked about that January 29th. And as such, one of the other things that came out of that was I'm a little frustrated getting my packets on late Friday afternoon. Why? Because anything that we want to discuss or find out or about, you really can't do it technically until Monday, which is the day of our meeting. Well, that's not enough time for at least me to circle the wagons if I have some issues with something on the agenda. Something we discussed was tentatively, we should have a tentative agenda couple of days before on a Wednesday. I would really like us to be thinking that way because I am quite frustrated to get something on a Friday night that I can't do anything with until the day of our meeting. And I don't think that that's enough time to research something. I just can't conceive that everything comes together on a Friday. And I know how tough it would be to come up with a tentative agenda. But a lot of the problems that we've been talking about tonight in the agenda we've just been going through are problems that we could have taken care of last week, possibly. So I encourage us to remember January 29th.
Well,
that's it.
Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, this is an example of an instance where unless the city manager would like to respond to this, where if it were me and I were commissioner host, I'd make a freaking motion, because the question of these workshops just keeps coming up, and they don't happen. The question of, the recommendation of our consultant to hand out the agendas preliminarily, at least by Wednesday, keeps coming up, but, falls to the ground, thud. And so I wouldn't blame Commissioner Hose one bit if he made a motion, but that would upset some of us, but he makes the comments, nothing happens. I don't know what to do. I agree with him. We need to have workshops. We need to talk about ways to get information to us sooner. I'm frustrated with the same things. I believe we need to investigate. He's mentioned numerous times RFPs for legal services. We had a contract with SP Plus that hadn't been reviewed in 20 some years. And I think that the moment you guys found out about that, the last commission, it was so embarrassing. You went out, you did the RFP immediately. I think, absolutely nothing about Mr. Courier, but my guess is we haven't done an RFP for legal work in as many years. And maybe not for audit services or for investment advice. Those are all worthwhile things.
Thank you, Commissioner Ball. Commissioner Nikita.
It looks like Joe was going to respond. So I was going to ask Joe, because I know that in the past, City Commission has in similar concern about having agendas coming in on Friday. It's not the first time that this has been part of the dialogue. In the past, we've had challenges, and I know there are a number of reasons why it gets put together later in the week, because a lot of things have to come together, and we want to make sure they're as updated as possible. But I know that this isn't the first time this has been discussed, and I'd be, my question was if Joe could explain sort of the process a little bit and see if there's a possibility that we can push it up. I know that we've had this conversation in the past, and there's obviously been a discussion about that. So
yes, certainly. I mean, this discussion has come up. I want to comment, though, that the comment that the topics would be distributed by Wednesday, that's new information. I don't recall that being discussed previously. I do recall the conversation of trying to get the agenda out earlier. And that was a conversation that, the clerk and I have been having, trying to figure out ways to move that along. This agenda alone was 1,566 pages to put together. And that is a considerable amount of time to do that, to get that out. Now, we're trying to find out ways we can streamline the process. One of the things for the commission is the amount of information that you're getting in the agenda sufficient? Do you find that it's too much? Would you like more? In terms of that preparation process, the volume of information that we provide is considerable, and that takes time to compile and prepare and distribute. So as part of this discussion, yes, so maybe this is another workshop topic that you want to take on to determine what is adequate for your purposes for having sufficient information to make decisions. Is the current 1,566 pages sufficient? Is that adequate? Do you want more? Do you want less? I think that discussion will drive the process going forward. To try to advance everything sooner and not have that discussion is going to be a little bit difficult. So I wanted to make that point known. One other comment, though, just in regards to Commissioner Host's comments and with his update, which I thought was good for the Ad Hoc Joint Senior Service Committee that he sits on. But I also want to comment that that committee has requested that they take some additional time to kind of work through the finalization of the interlocal agreement that they're working on. I think just given the standpoint that we have multiple communities involved, that each community wants to make sure that they're comfortable with this as they move forward. And for that reason, have requested some additional time in the process. So this is not just a city initiative. This is a collaborative initiative with other communities that are now expressing interest in having some more time to work through this process and advance this in their communities. So that may push this out a little further, not because of anything that this committee is doing, but because the members of the committee are wanting to have a comfort level within their communities before they present this formally. So I think that's an important point to make known. Additionally, with regard to some of the RFPs or the processes that we've used, these processes have been going on for some time for professional services, such as legal services. That's an annual service contract that continues to renew based on your satisfaction with the services that are provided. In regards to the annual audit, we have one more year on our contract with the audit, and then that process would be reevaluated. Additionally, the process with the pension system with our our financial advisors is actually in the committee stages now to develop an RFP to bid that out. Now, a committee had initially requested doing a request for information. I had suggested that they do an RFP, a full RFP, which is what they are doing in committee form right now to start that process. They're looking to engage with the consultant to start that process, and they anticipate that that's going to be done in the spring of next year. So just to give you some background in terms of where some of these processes are, they're in process for the reevaluation of some of these service providers.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Host, I think over communicating is never a problem. You can at any time shoot Mr. Valentine an email or a phone call and request any information should you need any. And I think right now it's a testament that he had all the answers for you that if you had emailed him before, you could have had them too. But it's all good. That's what we're here. That's what we're communicating again and over communicating. And I hope the only thing that right now is missing is we need to push for, I concur with you, Mr. Host, as we've been speaking for the workshop, and it's time to move on and set a date for the workshop. Hopefully, we'll manage to accomplish that very, very soon. Joe, if you might elaborate with me if you want first, and then take it to the commission with a couple dates, and we'll move on from there with make sure with options also and how and procedurally also explanation on how we're going to do it, when, and so forth. I think it's time to at least get that going, and then we set a date after. Is that a clear directions? Will any commissioner add or object to that direction? I should say. I see none. So go ahead, Commissioner Sherman.
I'm not going to add or subtract or direct or anything else, but I would like to point out that under our rules of procedure, we set a desire to be done with all of our business by 11 o'clock. It's now after 11 o'clock.
We're good.
Okay? And we still have to go into closed session.
Yes.
And we need to move along.
Yes, thank you. We're right on. No further commissioner comments?
Yes.
You got more, Mr. Host? Commissioner Host?
Yeah, I just want to say, in good faith this evening, we're going to go with the mayor's remarks just before Commissioner Sherman spoke.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. All right. That we'll move on to notice of intent to appoint. We got that. Commissioner comments, advisory boards, committees, commissions, reports, and agendas, legislation. And with that, I think that's all what we have here. And now we will now convene into closed session, and we will not have any action following the closed session. And here we go. We hit the gravel, and we'll go from there.
Can we have a 5-minute break?
Oh, you know what? Well, let's in between. If you really have to do something, let's have 1 minute only, please, Mr. Commissioner Host, because we're really behind.
Then I don't need the minute.
You sure?
It's okay. Like the dime. I don't need it.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right.
All right, is captioning back on?
No.
Yep. Yes, it says closed captioning on. Don't forget to unmute yourself.
All that words, you didn't hear anything?
Mute. I can't hear. Let's go. There it
How
is.
about now?
Got it.
Meeting adjourned?
Meeting adjourned.
Meeting adjourned.
Okay.
Okay, did